Thank you.
Okay, Eliud Baraka.
Good morning. My name is Eliud Baraka. I work for the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. I'm responsible for data and digital agriculture in the Food System Resilience Project. Thank you.
Yabusa, sorry. Introduce yourself, please.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Yabusam Koslani. I work as a data scientist for the Excellence in Agronomy Initiative and the International Institute of Agriculture. I'm based here in Nairobi, Kenya. Nice to meet you, Karibu.
Thank you. Patrick?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Patrick Omongo. I'm working at the French National Institute for Digital Science applies to agroecology, and I'm very happy to attend to this meeting.
Thank you. Lillian Faith?
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Lillian Faith from Calro headquarters as an ICT officer. Thank you.
Okay, somebody from Calro TRI? Calro TRI?
Good morning. We are representing Calro TRI from the ICT department.
Okay, Samuel Tanui?
Hello, everybody. I am Samuel Tanui, Calro TRI.
Okay, Steven Zioka?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Steven Zioka. I'm a product developer at Calro ICT. Thank you.
Michael Pino?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Kenyua. I work with SIAT, Alliance of Biodiversity and SIAT. I'm a agronomy and soil health specialist. Thank you.
Thank you. Rose Mayoli?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rose Mayoli from Calro Coffee Research. Thank you.
Thank you. Asad? Asad, you can introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Asad Rizvi from Vitagro, and I'm joining from India. Nice to be there.
Thank you. Shah Farooq? Shah, you can introduce yourself. Maybe you can't hear us. Let's go to David Chomba. David Chomba, introduce yourself. Unmute. Okay, James. James Koileken, introduce yourself, James. Don't know that they are not hearing. Jacob Omolo.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jacob Omolo from Calro Sugar Research Institute, Kisumu.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
David, okay, good morning. Go ahead, James. James, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. This is James Nakune, GS consultant. It's a pleasure to be in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. David Chomba. David Chomba, can you hear us? Okay. Mecklitz, Telnets.
Good morning, everyone. I am Maklit from the Alliance Biodiversity SIAT, and I support the excellence in agronomy together with Mandla, and I'm data scientist.
You Gertrude Alwara.
Good morning. I'm Gertrude Alwara, a plant pathologist at Calro Coffee Research Institute.
Okay, thank you, Yusuf.
Good morning, everyone. Yusuf Ine, Land and Water Officer, UNFAO. Greetings from Rome.
Thank you very much. I think we got everyone there. And I just want to welcome you all to this wonderful meeting. And we have a diverse, as you have heard, diverse group of people from all over the place. And so we are really, really grateful for that. And thank you for those joining online. And thank you for all of you who are here to this workshop on the building a soil fertility and soil health management platform at scale in Kenya. Like I mentioned earlier, we shall go to the session one. I will not do the official opening right now. There are those who have come in and they didn't introduce themselves. Maybe you can just stand and introduce yourself first. You came in and you have not introduced yourself.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Professor John Kipkorir Chanui. And fertilizer and nutrient efficiency program. AFAP. We work very closely with Excellence in Agriculture and CALRO and Office of the President. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Evan Gravetz. I'm with the Alliance of Biodiversity International and SIAT in the CGIAR, based here in Nairobi, Kenya.
Thanks, Evan. Morning, my name is Jan Willem van Kasteren. I am CEO, founder of eProd Solutions. We offer a supply chain management platform for the agriculture sector in 22 countries. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Florence Kinyo. I'm with GIZ, working at a project called Agricultural Information Exchange Platform.
This one was just there behind you. Yes.
Sorry, good morning. My name is Raymond Pojo. I work for Farm Input Promotions Africa, abbreviated as FIPS Africa. We are key on extension, working with small-scale farmers.
Great. Good morning. I'm Lee Winowicki, soil scientist, and I lead the Soil and Land Health Research Unit at C4ECRAF based in Nairobi.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nathaniel Otieno. I represent Export Trading Group. I'm in charge of blended fertilizers and specialty.
Good morning, all. My name is Lenny Karanja. I represent Crop Nutrition. I'm a project manager and GIS data scientist.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jordan Chamberlain, an economist with the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, also known as CIMMYT, based here in Nairobi.
Thanks, sir. Morning, everyone. My name is Ani Ghosh. I'm a scientist with the Alliance of Biodiversity and SIAT.
Morning. My name is Lillian Kerio. I'm the Assistant Director, Partnerships and Business Development, CALRO.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Abuire, soil scientist. I work with OCP.
Morning, everyone. My name is Lilian Boothia. I work for ICL Fertilizers, but I'm also representing Fertilizer Association of Kenya. I'm also a soil scientist.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Samburu Washiko, and I serve as the regional rep for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, based out of Joburg, but with frequent travel to the region. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Kevin Kiambe, data scientist, CALRO.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sheila Kano. With Sustain Africa as the regional lead for Eastern Southern Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those are your great partners. Thank you for coming. I'm looking forward to a really great discussion here. You can see the diversity of the partners. And so welcome to this session. So we'll go directly to the session I mentioned earlier, that's session one, why and how to build a soil fertility and soil health platform. And we'll start with the workshop objectives and expectations that will be given by Violet Kirigua.
Morning, everybody. Good morning. Karibu Kenya for those who have traveled into the country. And I hope you will have some time to see what Kenya is all about, apart from participating in this workshop. So I will proceed on to give the workshop objectives and expected outputs. You take cognizance that we are a diverse audience that have come to speak about our soil health matters and also see how we can ensure that what comes out of science gets used and transforms the livelihoods of the people we target. So in this workshop that is titled Building a Soil Fertility and Soil Health Management Platform at Scale in Kenya, we have quite a number of objectives that we wish to achieve in the next 4 days. And they include, we are bringing together partners to, sorry. Thank you. So the first of, it's not showing on this. It is. Oh, sorry. Okay. The first objective is to bring together partners to support a roadmap for the development of the soil fertility and soil health platform that informs the transformation of agriculture, Kenya's agriculture policies. The second objective is to discuss with stakeholders and formulate a clear path for the development of the advisory platform on soil fertility and soil health, ensuring it meets Kenya's agriculture's needs of Kenya's agriculture, at the same time leveraging on the latest in data collection, integrity, and technology. The third is to identify the current soil fertility and soil health initiatives and potential partners that create synergy and assist in strengthening the platform. And the fourth is agree on the governance structure and sustainability options for the proposed soil fertility and soil health platform. And finally, to secure buy-in from policymakers for the approach to be adopted to enable the implementation of the proposed roadmap. So from this workshop, there are expected outputs. And the first is an agreed roadmap on the soil formation, on the formation of the soil health and soil fertility platform with identification of milestones, including key decisions. A governance structure, because we will be thinking of how then does this function. A governance structure and long-term vision for the platform discussed and agreed upon. Potential clients and partners of the platform identified and partnerships formed for its development, including how to leverage data, analytics, and software. And then roles and responsibilities of partners developing the platform agreed upon. A consensus on the coordination framework between stakeholders in the Kenya agriculture data ecosystem arrived at. Then a work plan with short, medium, and long-term goals for the platform developed. And finally, commitments for a decentralized data infrastructure. We are hoping this will come up so that we create a sustainable soil health and soil fertility platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Violet. Thank you for that. Those are the objectives and the expected outputs. And we shall continue, although I understand our chief guest is already here, but because we already started this session, I will complete it and then we'll go to the the official opening. So I'll invite Henry Kinyu. I saw him somewhere. Yes, can come and give us the need for soil fertility and soil health platform from the government perspective. And because this is a long one, I'll sit down.
How can connect? I wanted to make a presentation. Morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Henry Kenywa. I'm trying to get somebody so that you can see the presentation, but in the absence of that, we'll continue talking. I've been in this for quite a while. I know like almost maybe everybody in this room, we have interacted in different parts of my professional life, and I'm glad to be here this morning. For those who came a bit late, my name is Henry Kenywa. I'm the advisor in charge of crops and value chains at the executive office of the president, an office called the President Economic Transformation Secretariat. At the Secretariat, we do not, our philosophy is we don't implement any projects. We just provide coordination, we provide convening, we provide support to unlock any bottlenecks to ensure that implementing bodies, this would be the MDAs, the ministries, department, agencies, and even private sector are able to achieve what they intend to achieve, their mandate, and also be able to serve the country. The government
We are also requesting that those with presentations, you will be able to send your presentation on the other side so that the people online can be able to see the presentation. So if you have any presentation and you are next, maybe you can take it there to the ICT desk.
All right, I think they're trying to load the presentation, which is good. We can proceed. You know, there's a joke that technology always fails you when you need it. Well, for those of us like me who grew up in the village, the bike will not fall from your bicycle in the farms. But once you get to the shopping center where everybody is watching, that's when you fall on your bike. So anyway, we've been having this prison, but today decides to act up. Anyway, so I was saying, let's say to give a drawdown of why we are here basically of the unit I work for, that's PETS, and explaining how it works with all this and how it connects. And I know many of you have made this presentation several times. And one thing is to look at what are the key priorities and how did we get in where we are. And basically, like the way it started, the government or the current government, when they were asking Kenyans to consider them during the campaign period, they moved all the countries, visited all the 47 counties that developed the county charters. Within the county charters, then developed a bottom-up economic transformation plan, which is the manifesto. And then from the manifesto is when now pulled out what we call the better plan, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda on agriculture. And on that, its overarching objective is to help in growing growth in new jobs and growing incomes for the Kenyans. And has 5 pillars. One is agriculture. That's agriculture is crops, livestock, fisheries. We have MSMEs, that's trade financing, trade development support. We have affordable housing. There's no Kenyans who does not know affordable housing. You know, with Finance Bill 2023, we came to know about that, and we are at it. The third or the fourth pillar is digital creative economy. That's the infrastructure platform. And then the other pillar is health. But all these, and they have the other key enablers, that's the cooperatives, gender and inclusion, and then financial inclusion. So that's the priorities as they are. I hope you see. Then with this on agriculture, it's premised on 3 pillars. The pillar number 1 say we're looking at increasing food security. As a country, be food secure. How do we ensure increased food security? That's pillar number 1. Pillar number 2, reducing imports, reducing food imports. And pillar number 3 is growing exports. Yeah, thank you. So now that's where we were. I think I've given you that story. You Meona. That's where next. This is where I was saying you can see the 5 pillars and then the enablers. Next. Now you can now see what I'm talking about, the different pillars that support this in agriculture. So you can see food, and in every pillar, there are crop and livestock commodities or valuations that have been identified that will drive that pillar. And there's quite a bit that have already happened. So the food security pillar, of course, Kenya will say maize is normally don't food is maize is like, but you can see there are also all other commodities have been identified or prioritized. Reducing imports, you can see rice, oilseed. Rice is like, you all know the statistics. We import, we eat over 1 million tons. We grew about 150, 200,000, importing over 80% of that. So how can we reduce cotton, oilseed, again, being the second from petroleum in terms of the imports? How do we also address that? And then growing export coffee, tea, and such. So that's the plan. Next, but to achieve that, then we are looking at there are like 4 main activities of that. That is, number 1 is organizing farmers and other stakeholders into cooperatives, because farmers will not be able to activate capital, technical assistance, business development support on their own. We have about right now, I think so far registered, and I think I'll get to that, about 6.4 million farmers. So you imagine at different levels, if they're not organized into cooperatives or collectives in a way that they'll be able to be reached to support access capital, technical assistance, benefit support. Then number 2 is increasing production and productivity at competitive cost. So that is what's in their key activities like providing fertilizer, feeds, agrovet, improved seedlings, and expert cultivated and irrigated acreage. So that now all this now aligns to the three pillars. So it's the three we normally see when you see 3x4, so 3 pillars and 4 activities. That is the third one is reducing post-harvest losses and provide warehousing support. This includes drying, coolers, cold rooms, and staff. And then finally, we have the increasing of value addition. How do we get more value from our commodities and this is now in all the 3 pillars. So I'll be repeating myself if I get to that. So next. So how did we start? We began with actually with farmer registration. And you remember the first farmer registration was an interesting one. This is it was a work between the national government, the chiefs that did the registration, and that was what used to provide farmers fertilizer. But after that, several stakeholders, CARO, World Bank, FAO, have come to support the government and developed now what we call KIAMIS, the Kenya Integrated Agriculture Market Management Information System. And right now, I think until, that's what I'm saying, until like yesterday, or the number of farmers registered were over 6.4 million farmers what have been registered. And with that, you can just see how the depth of this. I would have liked to make that, but I think it's because I'm not connected to that to not see it. But I think if you can click, I don't know if you can click that link. Open it up, or just open the farmer registration if you, yeah. So, and I think with that you can see we've been more to about 6.3 million. Because the reason why this one started was like, as a government felt you need to know your farmers. Even all those activities you're seeing, all those actions, you need to do it when you know whom are you working with, who is the farmer you're working with. And that's, you can see the number of farmers registered over 6.3 million. Open this one, just click this one. Oops. I'm crops person, so I'm always biased to crops, but I also love livestock, nothing bad. So come down a bit. Hey. I think, can you see? You can all see there. You can actually now you can actually go to the internet later and you can see now over 6.4 million farming households. These are the 5 million households, and you can see it's ongoing. This is only from 1,291 wards. In Kenya, we have 14,500 wards, or 13,000. The agriculture one is 13,600. So you can see it's still ongoing, but the crop farmers are about 5.3, and the crop acreage, what has been reached now, is about 13.7 million acres. So there you can plan, look at it. And in each we have, when you come to commodities, you can see all this is again on each, what is on maize, coffee, what. So you can look at it and even from there see what do we need to do with this? Where are we on this? How can we get it done? So you can see if it is fertilizer, if it is irrigation, how many, you can click here. So what is land? What is the land at irrigation in Kenya, and what crops are being irrigated? So this one is when we start. So I can initially, the farmer registration started to be first because you are not going to increase productivity at a competitive rate if you actually don't get into details and do things the right way. Do things the right way. Get to understand your farmer, learn your farmers, know your soils, and then from there react to that and get it done. So this one I would encourage you. It's still CARO. This is being managed by CARO. Really done a very good job. They have provided, this is a view that you can see, and I can tell you behind it is tons of data, a lot of work I've gone into it as it's actually work in progress. We can exit that now. Go back to the presentation. So go to the next slide. So with that, the first activity after the farmer registration, we had started with that, but then later that was showing you that now that has improved. We have significantly improved on the farmer registration. The first one was you go to your chief, say, my name is Henry Kenyo, I have 5 acres, you get registered. And with that, we registered they had registered about 6 million, 5 million farm. But then
when we went to cleaning up that data, Carol, the number that was properly was now the farmers' data was 3.27. This is what I was showing you that has really improved now with the new Kiamis. We have moved from 3.2 to about 6.4. And this was the first time because number one is increasing production was to provide fertilizer. Let the farmers be able to use fertilizer to produce maize. And the first time was how do we make sure that it's done properly? You are providing to the farmers what they need. And therefore, using Carol were able to say, what is the fertilizer? And I think the fertilizer they used was NPK. Carol advised that. And then there were e-vouchers, so that each farmer, you get a message. You are like, based on the registrations, you are Mr. Akuku, your farm number, you are qualified for 5 bags or 10 bags of fertilizer, because based on the calculation was like 2 bags per acre. So it's like if the 5 acres it was the system we said, and then you go retrieve, you pay your balance, and then the government subsidy now kicks in, then you carry your fertilizer, and that record is, and they were able to know. This is during the long rains from February to July. About 41 counties, these are the fertilizers that disbursed about 3.5 million bags of fertilizers. And the farmers had redeemed, these are the number of farmers that redeemed, and you can see the value that was transacted. That's the amount of money the farmers spent in procuring fertilizer. Next step, this one again for the short rains, the same number of farmers database was used. You can see the number of the same counties. Fertilizer disbursed. This is from August to January 2024. This is how far we were beyond this. These are the number of farmers that have redeemed fertilizer during the short rains. The reason I get into these details to show that now we are at a level when you see this number of farmers receive fertilizer or what is growing here. There's data now to back that up, and we can only get by. We're going to build it up and see how now when you look at that data. You can see how much you can overlay in that data. Then now that you get into the soil management data, and I think we'll get more discuss that as we move to the next step. Next, but then to do all that, as you see, how do you really make sure that this data is not a one-off? You continue using it for management. How do you make sure that it is used? It's basically looking at it is how agriculture happens. So in Kenya, agriculture is 100 a devolved function, and therefore it reaches, it's operate at the counties. And then you're looking at it is how do you make sure that you have different people, farmers being supported. And this started with now that group we call having a group of people. We're saying the agripreneurs. These are the farmer-facing support. And we're saying, can we have about, for each enumeration areas, about 3, so far the government through the county governments and development partners have engaged 13,600 of these individuals. They were the ones who are used in data enumeration, in the collection of this data. And later now they'll continue, and then they collect that data and through the ward. And then within the counties do establish the county agriculture statistics and marketing unit so that now they receive this data, they're able to use this data. And then it's both ways. This, like now, as you saw in that dynamic, say in this area, the farmer we have planted maize, or we need to do soil analysis in this area. If the results now, so the results can go back to that farmer, and for that agripreneur, they can advise the farmers, now this area, the fertilizer we need is this. So that even the government's subsidy or everyone working it is already linked to what is, and there's that person on the ground visiting the farmer. So this is actually quite an important part of going for, even from the soil. How do we now, using the farmer's data, overlay on the soil fertility or the fossil status of the country, and develop strategies, develop policies, develop plans that will ensure that the farmers themselves are able to achieve that benefit. The farmers themselves are no longer driving blind. They're no longer assuming that there's just being supported based on the data. And I think Carol will give you more on the next steps in terms of the soil mapping, the soil fertility mapping I have mapped up, and how to make sure that every time these agripreneurs, as they move forward, they're not just telling farmers using fertilizer, but they're saying, based on your area, can we now, at this point, make sure that you are using what is there, what is needed. So the government going forward is that use already the data for the farmers. Let's have a plan now going from what Carol and the rest how do we make sure that we have this? We have mapped out all their country. So where are we? How How does it play out? How do we move so that we now move? Because it's always this normally a government thing. A government thing has always been a response to any crop product is fertilizer. And there's nothing wrong with fertilizer, but this is just can we now go fertilizer? What fertilizer? Why fertilizer? What amount? What else is there? What are other strategies? What are other activities that need to be done that to make sure that the soil continues being fertile and the soil that we have is going to have the soil fertility that will last for you keep our soils healthy, our soils alive and keep producing even after we are out of this world. So I think the next slide was just trying to know how to break it down, but it was basically in terms of although we have these agripreneurs, the system is everybody is included. So how do we get all these, whether it's the market players, the developer? So it's on and off. That information gets through the cooperatives, through the mentors, then the farmers are able to receive the last mile, the farmers are able to receive this. So that well connected. And these farmers, the importance of Bakiamis is these agripreneurs, all of them they have, even when they were collecting data, they did not go with clipboards and they actually everything was on their phones. So this is now updated on their phones, and therefore, if there's anything now on that area, and that's I think as you go for developing now even the e-extension model, that the farmer can receive this area there's a time to do this. So these are all that going forward, and we see now this platform is quite important and it's started to be utilized by everybody, whether it's everybody, and that's why I put everybody there. Whether it is, and it's used for, it will be for soil fertility, for crop production, for livestock production, is for everything, because that system now ensures that the farmer, the primary producer on the ground is supported, but not just supported blindly, is supported based on what they require, based on their soils, based on their agri, and based on also what they want to produce. Because even some of the questions, what are you producing now? Because the fact that I live in the maize growing zone doesn't mean that I'm going to grow maize. I might not be interested in growing maize, but then me just growing something. So ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to go further. I'll say, I think there's a lot you are going to hear from everybody, what to say as the government, from the president's office. You've seen the priorities, how we got there, but now we have that structure and the plan that to partner with everybody and make sure that soil fertility goes through this and others, and then we are able to achieve a better soil health, how do you call it? The soil health and agriculture in Kenya, and we make sure that our soils are alive. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Henry Kenya, for that good presentation. I think now we can see how it is all being linked and what the government perspective is. So now I'll invite Dr. Kamau to come with his presentation and background on the soil health situation in Kenya and stock-taking exercise presented by Carl.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, and good morning once again. I want to quickly take you through this presentation on fertility and health status of soils in Kenya. And I want to just take 10 minutes because a colleague of mine will do one of the case studies. We have a lot of data in Karo, but how do we make it digital? So Dr. Kimani will do that. So I'll just take 10 minutes and rush you through this. And I don't want to intend to go through all that, but at least I'll give an introduction. I'll just mention about the major soils in Kenya. I'll mention about a few of these case studies that we have done that have guided policy, because I think that is the most important thing. And some of the things that we have been working on, and I'll come up with some of the conclusions we can get from here. And that's the first. What is soil fertility? What is soil health? You know, sometimes we interchange the two. A fertile soil. What is a fertile soil? is one that is able to provide all the essential nutrients that a plant requires in the proper amounts and in the right proportions. And I'll go further than that. So when it comes to health, it is the continued capacity of that soil to function so that it can sustain productivity. So the issue of sustainability is key when it comes to a healthy soil. So you can confidently say that a fertile soil is healthy. That is what you can say. A fertile soil is healthy. But you also have situations whereby you get a soil that cannot continue to sustain productivity. So when you get nutrient imbalance, like the case of moribund soils, when you get a case of deep nutrient imbalance, you get that case of moribund soils, and the soil cannot sustain until you are able to do something about that moribancy. So in Kenya, soil fertility has been declining. That one is known across different agroecological zones and socio-economic conditions. But that's what I'm saying. At the same time, you have cases whereby you have cases of moribund soils. And I'll give you the example of tea. Because of overuse of one type of fertilizer, the soils at one time became moribund, that even when you continue using the same agronomic practices that are done, you are not increasing productivity. And that one had to be dealt with. In the high rainfall areas, farmers practice intensive continuous cropping with limited or no replenishment of nutrients. Excessive use of chemical fertilizers can lead to such problems and soil degradation, leaching, compaction, reduced soil organic matter, and all that. Therefore, soil fertility is dynamic, and fertilizer recommendations ought to be updated regularly. How long? That's an issue that we will, whatever. And this is one of the aspects of a healthy soil, whereby you have the chemical characteristics, the physical, and the biological parameters. And all of them are interconnected. If you had a soil with good chemical properties, but not good physical properties, then you'll not go far. And at the same time, if the biological properties are not good enough, and that's like the issue of sand. Nothing, the biological properties are not there. So that's how a good soil or a healthy soil is. And you have indicators and soil indicators and function. For chemical, like there has to be continuous nutrient cycling. The water relations has to be proper. The buffering has to be there when you have good chemical properties. Then for the physical, you are looking at stability, support, water relations, and even the kind of habitat. Then for biological, you have to have proper biodiversity. Then that assists in nutrient cycling and also in terms of filtering. So a fertile soil. The rule of the thumb is you only apply, when you have a soil, you only apply nutrients according to plant demands. That is key. That is the rule of the thumb. Only apply. And that is why precise farming will involve us to take soil samples, analyze so that we know the status of the soil. Any excess would result into some of these losses. So if you look at this, whatever you're putting in has the ideal situation is that whatever you put in has to be taken up. If it's not taken up because you cannot get 100% use efficiency, some of it will be leached, and this is where you have a problem with soil health if you mishandle the situation. And for Kenya, we know that we have had a lot of fertilizer projects that have been conducted, and we have made recommendations in the past. And that is, I'll just show a few of those recommendations that we've made. However, with time, these recommendations have become outdated, and hence we need to continuously do research so that we update. That is what we have. So in terms of Kenya, we have so many soil types, and all these soil types are important because they give us, when it comes to crop growth, you need to know what types of soils that you are dealing with. I won't do that. I won't go much into that. But at the same time, we have soil mapping units. These are the soil mapping units are soils with the same. We have about 397 soil mapping units. They have similar landforms in terms of landforms, the geology, the parent material, and the soil characteristics. And that is what we base most of the recommendations when we are doing recommendations, such that we have a soil with the same mapping unit will maybe behave the same. Then also the case of digital farmer, I'm happy that my friend Henry has really taken us through this, the digital registered farmers, because where you have more farmers, you also expect a lot of agricultural activities. And that is where we also expect challenges in soil problems. And this is borrowed from the slide that from pets. What I want to show, just continue from that. This is borrowed from the slide from pets. In Karo, the most important thing, and this is what I want to, just before that, the pet slide. You can see the different value chains, whether it's maize, Irish potatoes, sweet potatoes, pulses, bananas, then you come to rice, wheat, oilseeds, sugarcane, sorghum, cotton, coffee, tea, fruits, nuts, vegetables, pyrethrum, bixa, mira. We can tell you comfortably that we have soil fertility data of these crops, because that is what we've been dealing with at Karo. And that is the essence of digitalization, because we have that data, but is it available? That's really our challenge. Just continue. The next slide. Okay, we'll go to some of the fertilizer use projects that have led to policy decisions in the past. And one of the fertilizer recommendation, we had a fertilizer use recommendation project way back, 86 to 92. And this fertilizer use recommendation project incorporated 24 districts in those areas. And we were able to use the recommendations to make policy decisions on the type of fertilizers that are used. And a lot of them were proper at that time. But after 10 years, maybe we revisited these sites, and the findings are, as you can see, findings of soil tests from 232 soils, 233 soils from high and medium rainfall areas in those former sites, that phosphorus deficiency up to 80% of those sites. Soils with pH below 5.5, 63%. Organic carbon below 2.0, 82%. So this shows the need for continuous updating of these sites. Next one. Another project was on optimizing fertilizer recommendations in Africa. And Kenya was part of the African countries that were part of this project. And the idea was to look at different value chains that were done and look at how you can maximize on productivity, but at the same time, look at benefits in terms of what the farmer earns. And I can tell you, this project was done, I think, 2012 to 2016. And I can tell you that a lot of models were used to do this. But have we seen the impacts of maybe such a project? That is what we should be asking ourselves in this forum. And the only reason could probably be that once the project ended, there was no maybe much, probably nothing much was digitized. So there's probably no follow-up, and that's the beauty with having such a platform. Just go to the next one. Go to the next one. A lot of this, but I don't think I want to spend much time on that. The next one. The next slide. The next slide. Yes. The next project that was there was about this National Accelerated Agricultural Input Access Project, whose report was released in 2012. I think it was released in 2013. And in this project, about 9,600 soil samples were collected, spread in 42 countries, and a uniform method of data was used to gather. But this project had also its own limitations. The focus was only on maize, and in the analysis, only a few nutrients were analyzed. Then the sampling points were not your reference, so you cannot produce the maps for that. So it cannot be digitized. And that's what you're saying, the data sets probably need updating. Next. Next. We've had a lot of long-term trials in Karo. We have one that has been at Karo Kabete. And if you look at this, this is a long-term trial that was started way back in 1976. And if you look at changes in soil properties, because that is our interest, because we link the properties with the yields attainable, and we look at how we can sustain that kind of property. If you look at the trend that has been going on, in terms of yields, the yields have been coming down over time for some of the, especially where you're adding inorganic fertilizers, and in terms of also acidity. So there is a lot that we learn from maybe these particular trials. The next slide. Yes, and this is just the issue of potassium. A lot of work maybe has been carried out on potassium. If you look at the historical perspective from where we started, and we are still saying that we have continuously said that potassium is not a problem in most Kenyan soils, you know. And if you look at the benefits that you get, the responses that you get out of potassium work is quite a lot. So that is maybe still one of the maps that we are using for areas that have potassium deficiency. And this is what we probably need to update. We probably need to update because it's important. Yes, acidity, the same. we look at the maps that we've been using, one in 2002, the next one in the AFSIS map in 2020, and you get the same. Just next, you know, the problem is that I cannot control. I can control it here, but not there. That is the acidity map. The first one is the 202, the AFSIS data 2020. This one is digitalized. So you can see the kind of difference. The next one, yes, just go to the whole of it. Key attributes of a sustainable soil health in Kenya. There are things which we feel that we should stop doing. And one, what we should stop doing is farming. If you want our soils to remain fertile, farming practices that lead to soil degradation and biodiversity loss, that is a no-go area for us. And that is what we practice. What should we keep doing? Create biodiversity and avoid negative ecological balance and the environmental impact, e.g., climate smart agriculture. And things that we should do, continue doing more, ensure sustainable livelihood for farmers, enrich landscapes, ensure equitable access to land, water, seeds, and other inputs. That is what we intend maybe to see. Again, I want to conclude before I quickly invite my colleague here. In terms of this presentation, there are some of the things that we want to see. We want to continue for improvement in crop or pasture yields and land sustainability. We want to continue intensification of agricultural production. That is what we need. Whether we are using inorganic fertilizer to raise above ground, conducting regular soil testing to diagnose nutrient deficiencies and incorporate locally available nutrient sources and fertilizer. We also need to raise our soil organic matter and land sustainability. And finally, we need to improve fertilizer profitability. We need to improve, maximize on maximum returns to enhance fertilizer usage. I want to probably invite Dr. Kimani to just do the case use of this. Thank you. Very short, very short, very short. It was meant to have been done by one person, but we separated it. Maybe you can put the other one, eh? The problem is that we can't control from here. Thank you.
Much. My name is Kimani Stephen. I'm from Calro, and I am presenting this topic on behalf of my colleagues who are here. I would ask them to stand up, please. Those who are here, please stand up. Esther, Mercy, where is Mercy Ngunjiri? Peter Bure. That one is Peter Bure from OCP. Mercy Ngunjiri down there with Kennedy Were. Mercy Ngunjiri is from IFDC, Kennedy Were is from Calro, and Esther Gikonyo is from Calro, formerly. Yeah, and David Duba over there, David Kamau, and Mary Gateri. Next one, please. So the topic is a generation of digital soil fertility status maps using legacy soil data at Calro. We hope this will provide us with a reference point or a baseline for our future work, and also it will inform the status of our Kenyan soils and tell us where we are, because this is what we make. This is what we use at the present to make decisions on soil fertility. We start with an introduction, objectives and methods of data collection and mapping, results, limitations of the work, then some conclusions and recommendations. Next one. As an introduction, soils have been analyzed in Calro for a very long time before we were there. 1924. Therefore, tens of thousands of data exist. There is a lot of legacy data there, which is invaluable for informing soils, and we have always used it. But the bulk of this data was not georeferenced, because that time there never used to be GPSs and all that. And we risk losing this data forever unless we collect it, we sit down, we clean it, and put it in a digitize it so that we don't lose it. Because if we lose it, then we won't, we are going to make decisions that are not based on facts. So it was imperative to rescue this legacy data and mold them for soil fertility map production.
Utoke. Bado unaonekana.
Oh, somebody is online.
Kengele.
Okay, so with the support of OCP, Calro, African Plant Nutrition Institute, and IFDC embarked on efforts to collate and rescue these existing legacy soil data from Calro. And we began this work in 2022, I think, 2022. What we did was we had the objective to georeference the existing soil information. You're representing all agricultural land, pastures and crops. We didn't get data from coffee research, tea research, and sugar research. This is data that is already there, which we can still go and mine. So we compiled this existing information at Calro Kabete, and it is from 2016 to 2022. And we compiled it into a GIS database. And the other thing we did was to generate soil fertility maps using this data rescued at a 1 kilometer resolution for decision making and soil fertility status. So the process was that with the soil data, soil samples are there. Some were georeferenced, while others were not. For those that were not georeferenced, we looked at the nearest village, nearest school, nearest market, and generated a GPS point for that data point. Then for the referenced ones, we looked at them, we consolidated, we sat down over long periods of time to clean the data, because some of the analytical methods were different. The one could be Melek, the other one could be Olsen if it is phosphorus. And with all those different methods, we had to standardize the methods through conversion factors so that we could compare the data properly. After cleaning it and consolidated, we ended up generating the spatial soil database. So that's a schematic diagram of how we did our job. So what do we have? We had initially a lot of soil samples, over 50,000, I believe, yeah. Over 50,000 samples. So looking at it over that period of time, we ended up selecting 8,607 sample points, which are distributed in all the 47 counties of Kenya. And you can see the spatial distribution of those samples. And after now the cleaning process, we have the soil data there. So we ended up generating environmental covariates. You know things like temperature, precipitation, evapotranspiration, growing season length, vegetation, land cover, terrain, and the soil mapping units that Dr. Kamau talked about. That forms the box of covariates. So after running those covariates with the data, we ended up extracting covariates relevant to soil data. That's the margin component of the soil and data in the covariates. Then the model was calibrated, data training and testing. After evaluation, we ended up developing the soil fertility maps. Next one. So these are the results from this data. And you can see the map there on that's the left, my left, is the soil organic carbon content distribution in the country. The other one is the nitrogen content, which maps the soil carbon contents. I'll give you the critical levels. I'm just showing you initially the spatial distribution. So you can see the data we have at Calro can end up generating some good representation. That's the spatial distribution of phosphorus in the country. The green part is the high, where you see it looking green is high contents, and the brownish and other parts are the low phosphorus content. I'll give you the values in the other slide. This was just a general appreciation of the spatial distribution, and the potassium content for the Kenyan soils actually matches very well with the map we were showed earlier by my colleague, Dr. Kamau. And we also looked at zinc, and that is the distribution of zinc. Lower levels where you have the northern Kenya and the semi-arid areas, they are low contents, and a bit of higher levels in the lake region and the highlands. Now, soil pH, that's the spatial distribution. It looks very similar to what AFSIS have produced, which means the data we have in Calro is good and representative. And the beauty of it is that we have even more points than what AFSIS generated and what other people have done using the pH mapping. So those are the factors we looked at. NPK, we looked at soil organic carbon and zinc. So in mapping what is low or high, we have critical levels which you use in Calro. And we have deficiency levels for potassium, phosphorus, nitrogen, carbon, and zinc. We have deficiency levels, moderate levels, adequate levels, and excessive. So any sample that were beyond the level of excessive, we had to throw them away. That's why we ended up with fewer samples. For pH, this is the way we classify. Below 5.5 is strongly acid and requires liming. Moderately acid to near neutral. That one we recommend maybe using organic matter and non-acidifying fertilizer. And there are other management practices for the alkaline soils. So now this is where next one, please. Yeah. These are the critical levels which will guide us in making decisions and which will also help us to clean or to standardize the data we get in the expected new project we are embarking on. But what I would like you to take home is that for the soil organic carbon, the 75% of Kenyan soils are low in organic carbon according to our study. This is serious and critical because organic carbon, so organic carbon is the storage of nutrients and determines the retention and the flow of nutrients. We need to do something about carbon. Nitrogen levels, 87% of the soils are low in nitrogen, so we cannot escape using nitrogen as fertilizers. Next one, please. We want to, this is the now on phosphorus. 89% of Kenyan soils are low in phosphorus. So we need to fertilize using phosphatic fertilizers. And you can see where the phosphorus is low is where we grow the maize. The Western region, the Central Highlands, and parts of, potassium, we didn't find any deficiencies in potassium, but even with that, we know even where we have low levels of potassium, we still get responses despite our analysis saying there is no problem with potassium. So maybe we need to think about the critical levels we use for potash. For pH. pH, we found something slightly different from what has been reported in other data. Whereas other data report that 13% is acidic, what we found is acidic and requires liming was 5%, which would be about 30% of the maize producing regions. While the other one from 30 to the 62% could be the moderately acid to neutral. And for zinc, we found about 70% of the soils are deficient in zinc. And we need to think about zinc. And we use zinc as proxy for micronutrients. So our soils have low levels of micronutrients. Next one. So there's a few limitations of this work. The poor spatial coverage of soil data points in the northern Kenya, the semi-arid and semi-arid runs, and the fact that over 70% of the GPS positions were approximated, because 30 were actual, the others were approximated using the nearest school, church, and all that. And well, some of the environmental covariates, like temperature, they are all predicted, even the rainfall. You know, when you're dealing with models, you always calibrate a model using actual data. But for these ones, we are using data from open source to work on the model. And some soil farming factors like age were omitted due to lack of data. So in future, as we embark on new initiatives, we will improve on these limitations. So what we conclude is that digital soil mapping approach can create soil fertility data maps using legacy soil data. I think we have demonstrated that, and we have demonstrated the capacity of KALRO to actually do this. And the utilization of these maps in terms of NPK, carbon, zinc, and pH, well, we should take limitations of the data that were used to create them, but this is what we use currently in the recommendations that we generate. So there is need for further engagements with the relevant stakeholders to validate and collect feedback to improve the maps we have made. And there is still limited soil that have good quality that can be linked with GIS within KALRO. So we can build a reliable national soil fertility database and platform using whatever we have, plus taking care of the limitations that we have taken care of. Next one, please, as we conclude. I can see my chair coming. Boss, this is the last one. Last slide. Oh, okay. Okay. So we should invest more time and money in collecting soil fertility data using well-designed sampling strategies, okay? And we should encourage farmers when they bring soil samples to use phones to create coordinates. And the development of soil fertility maps for site-specific fertilizer recommendations and precision farming collaborative project is one of the way forwards. Then the very last one, Chair, please. The very last one. Yeah. There's another last slide. I think it's not there, but that's what we want to do in the new project framework. We want to compile existing GIS data, design an optimum sampling strategy, collect soil samples in the field, and relate this with farmer registration, analyze these soils in the lab, generate maps, delineate soil fertility management zones, recommend types of fertilizers in each zone, and then eventually build a national spatial database and geoportal for KALRO in the big data. And we acknowledge OCP, USAID, RTI, APNI, and the IFDC for the support that they provided to do this work. Asanteni sana.
Very much, Dr. Kimani and Dr. Kamau, for that very detailed presentations that we really need time to download, internalize, especially if you're not a soil scientist like me. You need time to just study that data. But you can see already we have so much. So we are not starting from zero. We are building on something. And because of our time, and I was really trying to rush them because also Rene from World Bank has to leave and is in our official opening. So again, you'll allow me, members and participants, to switch to the official opening for his sake so that we may be able to release him. And so because of that switch, our Director General was not able to join us today. Fortunately, he was given another assignment, so he had to leave. So now you'll allow me to represent him. So don't look at me as the chairperson now. Look at me now as the representative of the Director General. And so I'll just very quickly read his speech, and then we move on very fast so that we can allow Rene to go for his other assignment. The representative of the Principal Secretary, State Department of Crop Development, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, representatives of the World Bank, representatives of FAO, CJR, JZ, BMGF, and other partners from the private and public sectors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to welcome you here at Villa Rosa Kempinski Hotel, Nairobi, for the workshop on building a soil fertility and soil health management platform at scale in Kenya. The theme is to transform Kenya's agricultural policies and the delivery of services for sustainable food production. For years, KALRO has conducted research of strategic national importance to support the agricultural and livestock sector in Kenya. We are supported by 3,000 strong human capital, development partners, and collaborators, some of whom are with us here today. Our scientists fully understand that sustainable and climate resilient agricultural systems and impact-oriented solutions are the new paradigms underpinning our funding and partnerships. Our research infrastructure is in 17 research institutions and 55 centers strategically spread in the country to cater for different disciplines and value chains, agroecological zones, and socioeconomic systems. To drive our research agenda further, we aligned our strategic plan 2022 to 2027 to the government agenda and sustainable government goals 2030 on agriculture sector, focusing on food and nutritional security. Ladies and gentlemen, in this decade, KALRO has invested heavily in collaborative partnerships with development partners to formulate bilateral projects and training with those who have specialized infrastructure. We also adopted public-private partnerships approach to accelerate the adoption of ready-to-go technologies. Some of these relationships have been formalized through memorandum of understanding and agreements, but majority are informal, multidisciplinary, and multi-institutional, addressing pertinent issues at various segments of the agricultural value chains. The common goal of our research has been to sustainably increase agricultural productivity, build resilience to climate change risks among smallholder farmers in Kenya to enable them to become full players in specific value chains and reduce greenhouse gas emissions as a mitigation measure. Our main research has been evident in crops, livestock, and cross-cutting research programs like environment and natural resources management and socioeconomics and policy development. In crops, our emphasis has been on development of new drought-resistant and high-yielding climate-smart technologies, while livestock research emphasis has been on the adaptation strategies to minimize impacts of climate change, emerging livestock diseases, and pasture establishment. The environment research program ensures the integration of environmental issues into agricultural research, including soil fertility and soil health management. The importance of food security to the whole fabric of a society and nation cannot be understated. A food insecure nation cannot guarantee growth or development. It cannot guarantee the health of its citizens. And thus, we look forward to revolutionize agriculture in line with Kenya Kwanza government agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, this workshop will initiate the next stage of the development of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development big data platform operationalized by KALRO and digital infrastructure around it to augment its capacity to engage Kenya on a path to more targeted agriculture policies. The workshop will initiate a platform for targeted agricultural policies for supporting sustainable soil fertility and soil health management. It will discuss optimization of fertilizer use and creating more impact, which will guide on developing subsidy programs targeting more appropriate fertilizer formulations and rates. The workshop will also initiate successful. Ladies and gentlemen, let us share our knowledge and expertise, even on the sidelines of this conference. Please feel free to talk to each other and collaborate to create innovative solutions that will help us to overcome the challenges facing our industry and to drive sustainable agricultural development in Kenya. With these few remarks, it is my pleasant duty and honor, and I'll not invite yet the guest of honor, but it is my duty to invite the World Bank representative, Vinay. Please come and give your remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. McKinney, and good morning, everyone. Dr. Mode, who's representing the Principal Secretary, Dr. McKinney, Henry, my good friend. He's still there or is left, I think. Of course, my friends from the Gates Foundation, the CG institutions, GIZ. I saw John Macharia also online from Agra. And of course, all representatives from the private and public sector. A warm welcome to this workshop. First of all, I feel empowered, and I think my friend over there is feeling disempowered. I don't have a presentation, so I'm on my own. I just wanted to make three very, very important kind of points here. First is just to kind of give you an overview of what the World Bank has invested in Kenya over the last 5 years, both in terms of analog investments and also digital investments. Second, I really want to share what our vision is and what our investments are, both on the analog side, on the digital side. And third, I want to talk about why we feel this workshop is so critical. So what has the bank invested so far? And as you know, we work closely with the Government of Kenya, Ministry of Agriculture and KALRO. So all the implementation responsibility is that of the Ministry of Agriculture and project implementing entities embedded within the Ministry of Agriculture. So if you look at since 2019, the World Bank has invested close to $500 million in the Kenyan agriculture sector. And these investments, as I've said, have been both analog to enhance productivity, enhance access to markets, really strengthen research extension linkages, but also digital. I know Dr. McKinney talked about the big data platform. This investment was made through the bank project. The 1 million farmer platform, which has almost 27 agtech startups working with 32 county governments, is through the bank investments. We've invested on nearly 200 agro-weather stations to be refurbished through the Kenya Meteorological Department. So there's a lot of investment that has gone in both on the analog side and digital side. As we speak, there are 1.5 million farmers across Kenya, across nearly 600 wards, and all 45 rural counties of Kenya, which are benefiting from all these interventions. I don't want to name the list of projects. There are different projects, but this is the coverage: 1.5 million farmers, 45 counties, 600 wards. What is our vision going forward? This is what we have invested. We are going to invest another $450 million over the next 5 years. We want to scale up from 1.5 million farmers to 5 million farmers. We'd like to go to every rural ward, and that's in process. When I'm saying we, I meant it's the government, because we work very, very closely with the government. So through the new set of projects, which are called NAVCDP and FSRP, every one of the 1,350 odd rural wards in Kenya are going to be covered. 5 million farmers are going to be covered. And we will continue to really invest heavily on the digital side, really go for a big data platform version 2, scale up the 1 million farmer platform. In fact, the farmer registration process, which we work very closely, of course, with FAO and the President's Office and the Ministry of Agriculture, that is the first investment that has come in through the new set of investment. $20 million went into creating this database of 6 million farmers, which Henry talks about. So I think I really wanted to give an overview of what is the investment that are going on. But in terms of vision, I think the vision is two-pronged. One, we really want to connect research to practitioners, and practitioners at multiple levels, farmers themselves, implementers at the county level, your county agriculture officer, your county agriculture director, and policymakers at the national level, the CS, the President's Office, the PS. So that's the first vision. Whatever we do, how can we make sure that we connect this enormous knowledge that exists within research organizations to practitioners, farmers, implementers, policymakers. That's the first. And the second vision is we truly believe that Kenya is already a leader as far as leveraging data and digital technology is concerned in Africa. But Kenya has the potential to be a world leader as far as leveraging data and digital technology is concerned. It can truly leapfrog South Asia, East Asia to have productivity enhancements without compromising on sustainability. And the way to go is data and digital. And that's possible thanks to all the investments that have gone in the big data platform at Calro. And I know that almost every partner sitting here, whether it's CIAT, whether it's the Gates Foundation, whether it's Agra, whether it's FAO, everybody has invested in Calro and we've invested in Calro. I think all of us, if we can work together, we can truly create a state-of-the-art big data platform version 2, which goes beyond just providing agro-weather advisories to farmers. It should provide soil fertility, fertilizer recommendation. It should give a yield estimate. Perhaps it could also allow farmers credit scores to be generated. I think that's the vision we are chasing. And coming to my third point, why is this workshop critical? We are very, very keen. We are desperate to make sure that we collaborate as much as possible. And I think each one of us has our relative strengths, comparative advantages. What we bring to the table is the investment size, $450 million in the next 4 or 5 years. And perhaps what we bring to the table is the relationships we have built with the PETS team, with the CS office, with the PS office. But we know that what we lack, and I'll be very, very honest, brutally frank, is ability to provide excellent technical assistance. And I know that is what all of you bring to the table, the expertise, the knowledge, and excellent technical assistance. I think if we can join hands, the investments that the bank brings to the table, if we can make that complement the excellent knowledge that exists within this room and all the participants which are online, I think that's the best way to realize our dream, which I said, can we connect all the knowledge that exists? When I look at Oni's presentation in many conferences, I feel what a great asset it would be if the Mekwini CEC Agriculture, a farmer in Mekwini, can get access to all the PowerPoint slides which Ani has and they internalize. Just giving you an example, you can see he's right in front of me. But I think that's the power of collaboration. And that is why I truly hope and I truly believe that this workshop is the foundation for this very, very strong collaboration across organizations. And we are happy to be a facilitator. And clearly, Calro and Ministry of Agriculture are the owners of this process. And I think all of us as partners, our kind of objective has to be, how do we empower Calro? How do we empower the Ministry of Agriculture? How would we empower the PETS team to really benefit from all this knowledge that exists, from all the investments that we bring to the team? So really wish that these 4 days can lay a very, very strong foundation for this kind of a collaboration. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
It tempts me to say, with all of us together, we can say, yes, we can. Isn't it? We are so grateful to World Bank and Vinay, especially, who has been there always supporting us. We are very, very grateful. And even to all our development partners would not be here, would not have come this far if it wasn't for our development partners as Calro and as a nation. And really, indeed, here we have all brains, if we can put together all that knowledge and with that the backup of financial backup, indeed, yes, we can. And so now it's my really privilege to invite our guest of honor, Dr. Gilbert Muthe, the Director of Agribusiness, who is presenting the PS. Please keep your questions and comments. We might have time for a little discussion. I know already we are having some comments in the chat box, and we'll look at them later on. So welcome, and thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Yeah, I'm Gilbert Mote, Director Agribusiness and Market Development, State Department of Agriculture. I'm here today on behalf of the Principal Secretary, who actually, due to some other engagement, a program that he has been spearheading on the maize dryers. And we have just started the launch today in South Lake. So the whole team is there. And it happened that I was the only person who was not very far from Kilimo House. So somehow I was sighted somewhere, and I was requested to ensure that this workshop is well covered as far as the department is concerned. So that's why I'm here. Otherwise, other plans of participating elsewhere. But when I came, I was actually very excited to hear the workshop is about soil fertility and soil health, because what I know is that soils is all about our inheritance. When you figure out what we are made of, you are made of nutrients. Actually, these nutrients comes from the soil, including the H2O, the water. So let's take it with all the seriousness. I can see the weight that you've given it. It's very important. And now that we're going digital, and as we go digital, we are also trying to integrate the new knowledge in terms of issue intelligence. And I believe at the end of the day, we will come up with very good systems that will not only give us real-time solutions, but they will really they are going really to transform our world and change the way we do business, especially as far as soil is concerned, and also crop production. So just allow me as a messenger to do the necessary. And then from there, I believe I'll still continue participating for some time, maybe depending on the demand on the other side. But this is very important. Representative of the World Bank, representatives of FAO, CNGR, GIZ, BMGF, and other partners, Deputy Director General, Crops, representing Inji Caro, partners for the public and private sector, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be with you today to officiate and open this important workshop on building soil fertility and soil health management platform at scale in Kenya that CAL has organized through the support of World Bank, FAO, GIZ, and CGIAR. The purpose of this workshop is to bring together partners to support a roadmap for the development of a soil fertility and soil health platform to inform Kenya's agriculture policies and the delivery of services and develop a new path for supporting soil fertility for increased productivity and profitability. This is in line with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda that recognizes agriculture sector as very key in transforming the country's economy. Adversely, the better has three pillars that focus on value chains for food and nutrition security to reduce imports, to increase exports, respectively. It is clear, therefore, that the Kenyan government is determined to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. I am convinced that this gathering of policy makers, development partners, research scientists, academicians, and other professionals are up to the task to deliberate effectively on the issues at hand and achieve the purpose for this workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that there are a number of challenges limiting the agricultural productivity, which include poor soil fertility and soil health management that is exacerbated by a fertilizer industry that is unsustainable and unattainable for majority of farmers. In addition, our farmers are facing serious challenges, mainly from increasing land degradation, coupled with the climate change and its negative impacts to the agroecosystems, for sure. Climate change is already affecting sub-Saharan Africa, and Kenya is likely to bear some of the worst impacts on crop and livestock production. We therefore need diverse data-driven policies and interventions for maintaining soil fertility and soil health to be able to feed our ever-growing human population. Ladies and gentlemen, small-scale farmers, who are the majority in our landscape, have been hardest hit by those challenges and constraints, which also include costly and limited access to improved inputs, such as fertilizers, planting materials, limited variation, low profitability of farm enterprises, frequent cyclic drought and floods, food and nutrition insecurity, amongst others. Indeed, we must address these collectively and holistically as a country. All this means that Kenya needs intensified agricultural research and development across a broad range of farming systems and agroclimatic conditions. We need an all-inclusive platform for which will effectively encourage sustainable and evidence-based interventions. This workshop will mobilize the partner country, teams, and stakeholders around a collaborative and interactive process for the creation of this platform for sustainable soil fertility and soil health management. Ladies and gentlemen, we have farmlands, grasslands, rangelands with great potential. In addition, we have an industrious workforce and impressive academic knowledge and experiences, as well as others with entrepreneurial skills. Some also have a deep reservoir of traditional knowledge in the management of farmlands. We stand tall in science, innovation, technology advances. If we can utilize effectively our natural, human, and technological resources, we can produce enough to feed our people and have surplus for domestic and export markets. This is what Kenya Kwanza government envisaged in their manifesto, and which the president has echoed to ensure its implementation in many follow-ups. It is possible. Looking at the objectives, this workshop will initiate the next stage of Development of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development Big Data Platform and digital infrastructure hosted by CARO. I also note the importance of path to more targeted agricultural policies and talks on developing subsidy programs targeting more appropriate fertilizer formulations and rates. Decision-making tools in the agriculture sector are essential. Therefore, the big data platform for agriculture is needed to support government initiatives. These initiatives include farmer registration, fertilizer subsidy program, and deliberate efforts targeting enhancement of agriculture product value chains. I am happy to note the collaboration between key partners in our endeavor to steer the agricultural sector. The collaboration among partners will result into synergistic benefits, thereby improving food production in our nation. The collaboration is even more important in the face of the need for data-driven and digital economy. As I conclude, I trust you will have stimulating discussions over the next 4 days. I believe we will identify and endorse ambitious priorities for actions aligned to the government agenda to advance the sustainable development of agriculture sector in Kenya. I look forward to receiving a copy of the proceedings from this workshop. Not me, but the State Department of Agriculture. It is now my pleasure to declare the workshop on building a soil fertility and soil health management platform at scale in Kenya officially opened. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. There for those remarks. And we'll quickly go to the final presentation, 15 minutes. Salim, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Makini. If you want to go far, what do? We go together. And if you want to go fast, you go alone. So we need each and every one of you in this room, including the media people, including the online people. We need each one of you to contribute to this great initiative. We have done it before, whereby we had a government leading an initiative, bringing in together more than one development partner, and we were able to come up with the 6.4 million farmer register. And we went ahead and did it again during the fertilizer subsidy program, where the government partnered with the private sector, and we were able to quickly launch an e-subsidy program. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, good morning. My name is Salim Kinyimu. I'm the Director ICT at CALRO, and I'm very, very much excited to see that you have responded to our call, and we are all here with a common vision to move this country agricultural agenda to another level. Maybe just to start, agriculture is still the least digitized sector in this country. And the government is very much committed and determined in doing the right steps or taking in the right steps to ensure that we can bring that transformative changes from conventional agricultural practices to now adopting precision agriculture. And as from the government side, that is our aim, ensure that we bring these transformative changes by ensuring that we use all the necessary modeling, and we have identified a data-driven model as a key driver, of course, bolded with modern ICT technologies, as a key driver to take this country to more precision agriculture, whereby we can be able to inform policies and decision-making using data evidence. And at the same time, we should be able to give an intervention at the farm level using data-driven mechanism. A lot of foundation has been done from the government side, and this was successful through the great partnership that we had. And some of the outstanding foundation that has already been done is, of course, the establishment of a data infrastructure for the Ministry of Agriculture. This was a great investment supported by the bank, and we were able to come up with an agricultural big data infrastructure that has now grown beyond KALRO. It has now become an infrastructure for the entire ecosystem, for the Ministry of Agriculture, and now we are bringing in even other private actors to contribute and benefit from this infrastructure. And of course, when we had this infrastructure, a lot of data initiatives and data contribution has already been done. Mr. Henry from PETS has talked about the farmer register. So this is one of the key data sets that is already housed in the infrastructure. But there are other data that also resides within the infrastructure, not mentioning the market data, the weather data. And of course, KALRO has been generating some very rich and robust agronomic information that has been well packaged and also stored within the same infrastructure. The government has now gone ahead through the new project that Vinay has talked about, and we have rolled out the agripreneur model. What does this mean? This model will be able to contribute to the same investment by adding some transactional data, and these are data all revolving around the farmer. So this has already been done, but still there is a gap. If we are talking about site-specific agricultural intervention at farm level, then we cannot run away from soil. So soil, we all know the relationship between soil and productivity. I think the previous presenters have talked about issues of soil health, and at least now we know there's a difference between soil health and soil fertility. So we cannot talk about precision agriculture without considering these data sets, the key data set. So we need the soil information, and we need this soil health and soil fertility information for us to be able to optimize productivity. We want to optimize productivity from the farm, from the farmer's farm, and at the same time, maintaining the same cost of input. Farmers should be able to use the same cost for their input, but at the same time optimize yields on their farm. So With this, now it calls for all of us to come together and come up with a roadmap to ensure that we can achieve now the objective. Next, please. So the soil health and soil fertility management platform. What are we looking here? What can we benefit from this platform? So we are looking at an ecosystem whereby every stakeholders, there are a number of stakeholders, farmers being one of the stakeholders, but there are other stakeholders. There are private partners, including the fertilizer companies. There are researchers from the universities and the likes of Calro. There are the policy makers, the national and the county government. What will they want from this platform, or why are we doing this? We want to ensure that we will have a seamless access to accurate and actionable data insights that can be accessed by each and every partner. At the same time, ensuring that we are driving the transformation agenda towards sustainability and productivity at the farm level, of course, through farm management practices. And with this, we should be able to give some insightful and informed decisions for all or across the entire agricultural value chain. So we want to make this, and we are looking at these four main audience or the stakeholders that we are trying to build this platform for. And we have categorized them into four different audiences. And the first one is, of course, the government itself. We have talked about the fertilizer subsidy program that is run through the national government and the county government. And here we are looking at policy and evidence-based decision-making at policy level to inform the decision. And at the same time, for the counties, they will be looking at some targeted interventions on the farm so that they can correctly allocate resources. Then we are now looking at the other stakeholders. These are the private stakeholders, including the fertilizer companies. So why are they interested with this type of information? They need this information so that they will be able to do or to customize their products to meet the current demand, of course, and tailor everything based on what exactly the user or the farmer needs. We are also looking at the farmer being the key stakeholder. For the farmer, it's all about productivity. They don't care what will happen. For them is to have some correct information about productivity or how they can improve their yields and optimize production. Then now we have this last group of audiences or users. These are the researchers. Of course, Caro being a research organization, and also the university communities, they will be interested with this data so that they can be able to produce some new soil management practices. So our goal is to ensure that we avail this platform in a more accessible way for all these stakeholders to be able to access this information for their use. And of course, they will be contributing to the greater picture of improving economic and empowering the farmers at large. So my part is just to talk about some of the building steps for us to be able to achieve this soil management platform. And we are going to have different sessions that will now lead to a common agreement on how we can now take this to the next step. And of course, we are going to have some session and discussion about on how can we acquire data or data sourcing, how all this data will be gathered so that it can be fed into the platform. So we are looking at data collection sources. And of course, as we are doing this, we know already there's the legacy data, as much as it has some gaps, like what Dr. Kamau and Kimani has presented, but we cannot throw away that data. We still need to make value of that data. Of course, the team had already started to do what we call reverse geomapping by trying to look at the nearby school, nearby shopping center, so that we can attach like the missing gap, including the geopoint. So we need that data. At the same time, we know that each and every one of you has something that they can contribute. So we are looking at also sourcing data from the different partners, and we really need that commitment, because now we want to come up with a commitment for a decentralized data infrastructure. And what that means is that you remain with your data. We understand about the data ownership. We understand about the data regulation. But what we are saying is that that data that you have and that data that we have can partially contribute and can be used to inform some insightful decision that the government and other stakeholders can use to improve productivity at both at the farm level and also at policy level. So for the decentralized infrastructure, we are looking at have your data. I may remain with my data. Let everyone has his own ownership, but how can we come up with some framework to ensure that we can promote sharing and exchange of that same data sets while maintaining ownership of the data? So that will be a very exciting discussion that we are going to have as part of the session. And then now we are looking at the platform itself. How can we now achieve the functionalities of this platform? So here we are looking at the user interface designs. How can we make the user interface more friendly and easy navigable by all the stakeholders or all the audiences that I've talked about? The farmer would more like wanting to just get a simple application, maybe just key in their location and get some insightful advisories on either fertilizer application or fertilizer rate or issues about their soil characteristics. The policymakers, they will want probably maybe to have some statistics about those regions. What soil composition do they have, maybe to inform like the blended for the imports of these fertilizers. So we are looking at interface, and the interface really defines much for a success of any product. I was reading a story about the soil health card as more of like a similar platform that was developed by the Republic of India. When they did it first, they were more of like exposing all the data to the farmers specifically. And farmers could not really understand how to get meaning from this data. But when they came up and changed the design for the interfaces, then they were able to record some quite good uptake and consumption of that product. So the platform design matters a lot to the stakeholders. And then again, we are looking at analytics capabilities of this platform. So all these will be sessions that we are going to tackle. And of course, most important at this level is how are we going to build a complete knowledge base that can be used to issue accurate recommendation in form of like a decision support mechanism. Then, of course, we are going to have a session to discuss on all the relevant regulation and compliance revolving around soil data and soil health information. Of course, issues of accessibility, issues of ownership and privacy. So all those sessions will be doing as part of trying to build or come up with the common steps for this platform. Then, of course, we cannot just produce a platform and sit back, but we really need to create a track of impact. More so, we need to set up some KPIs. How will this platform either contribute to crop yields? How can we measure that? We need to be tracking. If we're going to do a first approach, we need to see how is this contributing and track to the livelihood of these either beneficiaries, including the farmer. How can we track the overall reduction in chemical use by using optimized fertilizer blend or the correct application of fertilizer blend? And of course, finally, we need to look at sustainability issues. And here we are looking at having a discussion on partnership and funding. Who will pick which block to support? And partnership here does not mean necessary to be funding. We are looking even in terms of human technical capacity. We all agree that us coming from the government sector, and there's some new discipline that has evolved, including data science and data analytics, that the government at this level could have not been coped with those new disciplines. So we are looking for synergies from other partners on how we can come up together and try to move forward and improve on the analytical skill. Of course, issues of data ownership and governance. We need to come up with a regulatory framework on how we can promote data sharing through the decentralized data infrastructure approach. And of course, trying to now to see how we can build capacity, because the government, through the Minister of Agriculture, specifically Calro, will be the driver for this. How can we now improve the capacity of this team to ensure that we'll have a continuous running of this platform? So with that, I'll stop here. Thank you, Dr. Makini.
Thank you very much, Salim, for giving us even the steps of building this platforms. Now, I know I promised that we'll have some discussion, but looking at the time, and you know, when you are the chair, you can actually make some decisions, isn't it? So allow me to make the decision that because we are here for the next 4 days, we can discuss the questions that may be there. But I know that there was something Dr. Macharia had on the chat. If we can just go quickly to the chat, and then I'll release you to have a break, and then hand over to the next chair. So there was the OFRA project website is still active and is hosted by Kabi. I think that is for information, and we just need to update that information. Okay, very important work. We can see the change. That's also a comment. That was quite informative. Okay. The Zoom had frozen at one point. I hope now it is, the connection is back. So I think those were just comments, and we can link up with even the presenters if you have any particular questions, but that was our introductory session to give us sort of a baseline where we are, what we are doing, what we are going to, how we are going to move forward. So thank you very much for allowing me to chair this session and to keep changing the program as need be. And so I want to release you to take a break of 15 minutes. I know we are late, so that we can be back at 11:45. Because the coffee is just out here, I just need to pick it, quickly take it, and come back. So thank you so much, and God bless you. I'll hand over to Marie. Marie will take over from here when we come back. Thank you. Oh, there is also, we are having a good photo, but there was also information. I think I'll request you to present it so that presenters can know where to take their presentations. Even if I read these Gmails and calro.orgs, and it will be confusing. So can you just reflect there where the presentations are being sent so that the presenters can know where to send them? Okay, so if you can just send that information, meanwhile, for the presenters, please. Thank you. So we'll have the group photo where?
Yes, we are going to have the group photo at the reception down there.
Oh, good.
So you just walk outside, you enter the lift down, then you have the group photo there.
Okay, thank you. Group photo first and then.
Yes, excuse, we go for the group photo. Let's continue talking as we go for the group photo.
Hello? We continue talking as we go for the group photo.
Hello, everyone. And we have some key speakers still with coffee up there. So I'm going to start speaking to let them know that we're all starting. My name is Marie-Agnès Jean-Jean. I'm from the World Bank. I had a bit of a motivational speech prepared, but first we're really late, and I really think our colleagues this morning did a really, really good job in presenting why we're here today. And as World Bank, we're just really pleased to see you all in the room, because we don't have the knowledge, you have the knowledge. We need to bring it all together around this platform, because digital is the key in enabling all of us to work more efficiently together. Bring the data, bring the models, and bring it all to the farmers and the policymakers, and create the foundational tools and data that maybe the private sector will be able to use to develop their services to serve farmers. So thank you all for being here. Now we have a very full session. It's likely that we're going to be late for lunch. So just the rule of the game, we gave 10 minutes for everyone to speak. I'm going to be ruthless because we're very late. So the speakers, I will come closer to you and closer to you. Raise my paper when you really have 30 seconds left, right? So 10 minutes tops. The objective of this session was to really bring together all the initiatives we've heard about, which are currently developing work around soil fertility and soil health in Kenya. I'm pleading guilty. I mostly forgot a lot of you. That's agreed. I'm sure there's a lot more. But really, these are elements that, maybe I was playing Tetris a bit too much when I was a child. And I felt that all of these were really fitting together quite well. As my colleague said, comparative advantage, bringing different capacity together. Sometimes when you have a one-line pitch, it sounds like these programs are the same, but they're not. They're supporting different approaches, different elements of the ecosystem. So that's what I asked the people who are going to speak today to emphasize. What is it exactly that they're producing, that they're doing, more specifically than this one-line pitch? This is why they have 10 minutes. But yes, yet it's 10 minutes and not more. So please don't be too specific either. So we're starting with Sustain Africa, because Sustain Africa hosted a really nice, a really nice workshop, which I think we leveraged and we used to bring all these great people together. They have a program which is currently supporting the government. It's more of a short-term program with rapid action. And so James is going to tell you more about it. And you'll see the next presentation from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation will have a complete opposite approach on the longer term. James, over to you.
Good afternoon. I was checking. Most of the time, afternoon is after lunch. My name is James Mutonyi. I work for the African Fertilizer and Agribusiness Partnership here in Kenya. I think AFAP has now in Kenya for the last 6 months. I'm here with my colleagues, Sheila Keino. She's the regional head for the Sustain Africa initiative, that is the southern region. This Kenyan portfolio lies under Sheila. And I'm also with my colleague, Professor Tanui, Prof. Prof. Tanui is the lead. He's the lead scientist on the Sustain Kenya program here in Kenya. He sits at the PETS, the Presidential Economic Transformation Secretariat, with our colleagues, Dr. Menjo and Henry Kinyua. Kinyua opened up the discussion this morning. I've been given 10 minutes, so it's really difficult to talk about it. But I'll probably just mention about the Sustain initiative in Kenya, what we are calling the Kenya Fertilizer Access and Nutrient Use Efficiency Program. That is the program, the Kenya program. And a little bit, a small background on Sustain itself, Sustain Africa, I realize that probably many of us may not really know about Sustain Africa and the initiative. If you remember the 2022 global fertilizer crisis, where prices hiked due to a number of reasons, Ukraine, etc., there was need to address the use of fertilizer efficiency more closely. And so it became apparent that unless that happened, with a spike in prices, we are going to face a crisis in terms of fertilizer use, in terms of productivity, and of course, issues of food security. And so Sustain itself was a response, a crisis response, to improve availability and affordability and effective and sustainable use of fertilizer in sub-Saharan Africa. It is a coordination mechanism amongst partners, mainly funded by a number of partners, Bill and Melinda Gates, Rabobank, and a number of other partners who are funding these initiatives. Sustain works across Africa, a number of countries in Africa, including Uganda, Ghana, Mozambique, Malawi, Madagascar, most recently Burkina Faso, Burundi, and Zambia. The Kenya program, which began last year, 2023 to 2024, is an advisory program. And the other advisory programs under Sustain initiatives are in Nigeria and Tanzania. So in Kenya, we are implementing what we are calling the Kenya Fertilizer Access and Nutrient Use Efficiency Program. It's a one-year initiative. It's a one-year program, which is seeking to harmonize fertilizer formulations recommendations. We have a one-year program, and because the issue here is that there's been heavy investment. I heard from the gentleman from World Bank, there's a lot of knowledge around issues of fertilizer and issues of formulations. A lot of information from Carlo, from the private sector, from the fertilizer companies, from all of the research and academia. And there's been a lot of heavy investment. Even the companies themselves, the Yaras, OCP, a lot of these companies have also invested heavily in developing some of these formulations. But then again, we are looking at a huge pool of knowledge. And for Sustain, the issue was, how do we now harmonize? Because there's so much information out there, and I think we were challenged. So what do we advise the farmer? What should we specifically advise the farmer in terms of what should you use? So we are looking at crop specific and region specific. Now we have a one-year program, and so Sustain is helping or supporting in the harmonization of these formulations, not just the harmonization of the formulations, but also the extension, the messaging out to the farmers. Those are the key elements that Sustain is looking at in terms of, so like when you talk about the soil health platform, actually, we are actually excited to be part of it because it's an initiative we began, and the partnerships that we are developing can contribute towards this platform. So the main partners in this program, actually the Sustain initiative, the efficiency program, sits at PETS. PETS is the chief coordinator, the Presidential Economic Transformation Secretariat, Henry Kinyua and team. And the other partners, the key partners here, we have EFAP, we are being at the administrative and some of the technical support. We have our friends, Job Kihara and company from Excellence in Agronomy. We have our friends from Carlo, Dr. Kamau. I mean, we've been engaging them, Kamau and his team. And some of these presentations that he has made and some of these discussions, we've been having them for over the past 2 or 3 months. We also have a partnership with Fertilizer Association of Kenya, Dr. Lilian, Ngeno, Bimal, Eustace Mirioki, and the entire team of FAK, because they are key, they're key stakeholders. We are going to talk about formulations and blends. Then they are the people who actually do the production. They have to be involved in the discussion. Of course, then Carlo as well, with the Silaba, and I talked about Dr. Kamau. And also, we are also engaging the Kenya National Agro-Dealer Association as one of the key partners we are leveraging on. Because as we talk about policy, as we talk about some of these things, we also need to look at the last mile. Eventually, after we have discussed and have all these platforms, then how does the farmer get to the information? And so we've involved the Kenya National Agro-Dealer Association as well. So the program, actually, the activities under this program, we have reviewing a lot of literature, because we have a one-year program. It began in September last year up to August this year. And we have a one-year program to be able to achieve the objectives of this program. So basically, we are looking at activities. We are doing the literature review. We've done quite a bit of literature review. We are having stakeholder engagements. These have been very comprehensive stakeholder engagements. We've been engaging with the Fertilizer Association. We've been engaging with the scientists. We've been engaging with CALO. We've been engaging with some of the bilateral partners, IFDC, AGRA, and all these, even the universities, so that we can come to a kind of a common understanding. What do we really, what information do we really need to give to the farmers? I mean, what is it that we want to tell the farmers, so that it's a common ground, so that we don't have a scenario where the fertilizer also, these people are talking about one thing and the other people are talking another one thing. And yet we have all this information. So I think what Sustain is doing is, how do we bring all this knowledge and information together and package it and then deliver it to the farmers eventually, so that they can have the correct use of fertilizers. So after the initial discussions, we are focusing actually on 4 counties, because Kenya is huge. I mean, when we began the program, we were ambitious. We said we can be in Taita Taveta, we can be in Kilifi, we can be, etc. Okay, the information is there, but we said no, given the time span. So we are focusing on 4 counties, mainly Bungoma, Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia, and Nandi counties, and on 3 value crops. Three crops, I mean, maize, Irish potatoes, rice, and Prof told me after the discussions yesterday, we are including beans. So part of what we are doing, apart from the stakeholder engagement, we'll also be doing some selected field trials. I think these are being set up with our colleagues from Excellence in Agronomy, some selected field trials of some of the formulations that have been recommended, or some of them that have been recommended by this whole group of people that is involved in this whatever. So we'll also be having quite a number of farmer awareness, that is field days and learning events. So the ongoing discussions, we've been having ongoing discussions, and as the discussions began, I think some of the issues that we are coming up, I know we have the African Soil Health Summit coming in, are issues to do with addressing soil health, issues to do with, of course, the recommendations are there, issues of liming, where does it come in? How do we validate some of these agronomic field trials? So we are reaching out to many partners. And I think as we bring ourselves together, we are narrowing in with the county governments, with the county extension staff, where can we do some of these trials? How can we do them? Who can we involve? And so that eventually we will be able to host you once again later this year, and probably give you a full report and say, this is what we discussed, this is what we achieved, and this is actually what we are recommending. Finally, we're also leveraging on other programs, and I think this meeting or this gathering I've just been discussing with Tonui is even more exciting for us, because now we are leveraging on more and more partners. I've actually met two new partners who we can rope into this discussion, because ours is a small program. I mean, we're only focusing on maize, beans, Irish potatoes, rice, and we're only doing 4 counties. It's a small program, but when you look at the landscape of Kenya, it's huge. We have hundreds of crops, we have hundreds of counties, I mean, many counties, but we cannot be able to reach all. So anyone in these counties, I think we will be having further discussions with you as the platform develops, to see how we can leverage and be able to achieve our objective of farmers getting the correct fertilizers.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Very well done.
Taken longer. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can hear a very, very relevant program, very focused. I think a lot of knowledge. The question is, how do we leverage your knowledge and integrate it into the platform, and maybe some coordinate the way we also get that knowledge, with other programs for other crops, etc. Now bringing Christian Witt from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, taking a very different approach. We had very short term. We have a very longer term kind of vision that is going to be presented. Christian, over to you.
Thank you. Good to see everybody. So this work was designed in support of the upcoming Africa Fertilizer and Soil Health Summit in May, and in particular, the action plan that is supposed to be developed at country level, a soil health and fertilizer roadmap. And we were looking at how various countries are doing this and realized that we don't all speak the same language. We may be talking in terms of product. We may be talking about soil acidity or, soil health monitoring. So everybody has a different angle, and it's very hard to bring these conversations together. Even the approaches on how to think about agriculture is not the same. So this work is meant to be a contribution to ground us in data and evidence and think ahead. Next slide. So I can drive this? Yeah, I can drive this. Okay, perfect. So what we realize is that in order to be able to compare apples and oranges, or sometimes it even feels more like comparing apples to cars, is, by introducing a common currency. And we thought nutrients is a currency that brings together, for example, conversations on fertilizer and soil health, but also productivity. And if we can introduce nutrients as a currency, it may allow us to carve out certain issues and the scope of issues. But we deal with often unstructured data, fragmented, and then complex linkages that are too hard, for a single individual to deal with without a modeling approach, and it can take very long time to actually drive to some conclusions. So I can drive this, okay. So just to say, I'll introduce the modeling framework that we collectively came up with in partnership with BCG and the International Fertilizer Industry Association, show some modeling outputs and give an idea on how we might take this forward. The idea is really to take a diagnostic approach to solution development and then let that be driven by a modeling framework and let that inform, through stakeholder consultations, to make a contribution to national roadmap development. And take a little bit to transition. The diagnostic step is to start with a forecast, to think 20 years ahead. What crops will make, be of importance in the next 20 years? How does consumption today change? If we look forward, what's the climate change impact on the expected productivity? Then translate it into nutrient demand levels and think about what are the key levers to fill these nutrient gaps. And based on that diagnostic framework, then pivot to a second phase where you work more deeply on what are the different solutions to the challenges that we uncover. And as I'm transitioning, I can't think without the next slide, sorry. Sorry, if it's working. Yeah, here we go. So the core outputs of the first phase, which we have completed, is basically to put this extensive modeling framework together, make it open access so anyone could use it, document it properly, publish it, create a first draft of a visualization dashboard, because communication and having good visuals to actually inform discussion on the scope of the challenge is key. And then synthesize our findings from 2 countries where we did this work to begin with, the phase 1, Ghana and Tanzania, and start initial consultations in these countries. And this is where we are at. So just to show a few examples, point harder, I realize. Here's the crop consumption today and how it will evolve. And as you can see here on the left, the mix of the different crops in the country. We try to aim for 80% coverage to make it a meaningful conversation. And compared to 2016 levels, productivity is expected to double basically by 2040, which is a tremendous challenge. And then if I ask you for Kenya, if you had that challenge, is it feasible or not? And that's exactly the question we aim to answer with this modeling approach. So some key takeaways is to say that the increasing gap between crop production and consumption is impacted by climate change, which is very likely to reduce productivity levels by 16% over the course of this time span, largely threatening food security. So at the moment, there's quite a nice balance in Tanzania, but likely we're reaching at 60% of self-sufficiency unless we pull the right lever. What might that be? Well, the good news is that, you know, let's say with that nutrient gap is not as dramatic as it may sound, and it's possible to close. And so we may see shifts in the way, you know, these different macronutrients need to be catered to the crop and inform crop nutrition. And of course, there are a broader range of levers that can be pulled. We ran several scenarios. One of them was also, you know, contrast to other countries, land expansion is an option in Tanzania, and it was showing that if you expanded land, you know, in agricultural productivity like we've seen in the last 20 years, basically you could fill that nutrient gap just with existing fertilizer application rate. But it comes obviously at a cost, an environmental cost most likely, but also social risks to be considered. Yeah. So, but unless we call out these explicit challenges, and this is the tip of the iceberg of the data that we've put together. It's probably 1 or 2 slides of the 60-page deck with a lot of detail and detailed modeling work underneath. But I just wanted to show these as examples. Now, as we think about then forward, this currency of nutrients that we introduced, I think helped us, you know, bring together various conversations, and that allows us now to go into the room and start looking at, well, let's validate these assumptions, that let's look at, you know, what is actually the potential to fill some of these nutrient gaps, for example, with organic sources. We need to have an honest conversation on what the contribution can be made so that we're not, you know, falling, you know, trapped to unsubstantiated claims, but rather have a very honest conversation about it. Or what about local nutrient production or other levers that can be pulled? We focus on nutrient as a currency, but we haven't really modeled out all the various contributions that could be made, for example, through genetic gain or genetic improvement. 2 minutes. So let me pivot then to the last slide, which is to say that for us this year, we'd like to identify 3 to 4 countries where we'd like to go the full circle. Most likely Tanzania and Ghana will be included. This is where we haven't done the solution development part yet, but we want to go for 3 to 4 countries, develop a full nutrient roadmap, and then see and learn from that work to see whether, you know, there's a contribution that can be made to priority setting at country level, and extend the modeling approach to bring in other agricultural levers, which we haven't done. And with that, I'd like to thank you.
Thank you so much. So it was less than 10 minutes. Thank you. So, you know, here we see what are we aiming for? You know, we had the short-term kind of shorter-term program, a lot of knowledge being created. But if we want to create a platform that is sustainable, we need to think through, you know, what are the longer-term issues it will be able to address. So, you know, forward-looking a little bit more. Now I would like to, we heard a lot about data this morning. We heard that actually there were, and also from Sustain Africa, that there's a lot of data out there. from the public, but also from the private sector. And I would like to call Simone to join us. So Simone is the director at Varda, and they're developing a platform that is going to help bringing together this public and private data. So Simone Stala, over to you.
Much, Maria Agnes. Very happy to be here, joined by Borge from Yara and Godfrey from Yara Kenya too. So I'm part of. I have a presentation, but I'm happy to speak to. So I'm part of Varda, which is a startup that was co-founded by Yara. Varda is set on a journey to become a non-profit in 2024. And we focus on data. Our objective is to make data more easily accessible, farm and field data. Now, we built two main products as part of our Varda journey. One is called Field ID, which is a registry of agricultural fields. I mentioned that because it's useful to think about the fact that we don't really have a way to identify fields in the same way. And what we built was a system. Well, this is the menu as we are close to launch. I'm talking about Soil Hive, which is one of the tools we built, and my colleagues will be mentioning about how we can contribute, how Yara Kenya can contribute with data and information, and how Yara headquarters is building up a partnership with the Norwegian Agency for International Development Cooperation. So as I was telling you, we have Field ID, which is this registry of agricultural maps. We ingested already 120 million fields. What we want is a system whereby if you have a field, you can just use a code without having to share shapefile or a polygon or a GPS coordinate. You can just say, I'm cropping this in field A, B, C, D. And this becomes easily a way to really accelerate how you can share data about a field. And then we have Soil Hive, and we built it. It's a data infrastructure and it's a platform. We built it because we wanted to make soil data more accessible. Now we heard that there is data that is available. Unfortunately, sometimes, or if not most of the times, this data is available across different platforms. We wanted to create a single place where a user could go and say, okay, I'm interested in this area. What do we have over here? I'm interested in potassium. I'm interested in nitrogen. What data sources have this specific property? And then the user can take it, download it, and use it for themselves. Then there is data that it's not available, particularly from the private sector, that is not shared because of privacy, competition, or sometimes, and even it's the case of researchers, which I've been a researcher myself, it just takes time to harmonize, polish, clean the data, and share it. So we said, how about, again, we use and we do this hard work on behalf of these organizations to make it more easily accessible. And then there is an element of gap. You don't really have a way nowadays to spot where are gaps when it comes to soil data. Do we have more or less in one area or the other? This is important because if we want to rally other people to donate data, to share data, or to pay for soil sampling campaigns, we need to know where are we looking for. And this is what we did in Tanzania. So we did a project with the local, let's see if it moves the video or not. Yeah, we did a project with the local government, with the support of CG, Gates Foundation, Yara, and we were able to collect data from these different sources. And now if you go to the platform, which is app.soilhive.ag, you can just go and see, well, you could have actually seen it here too. You could see which are the data sources that are available there. And again, just select an area of interest, draw a polygon, draw an area, and just get the data for yourself. So our ultimate objective is to make all this data accessible and usable for everyone. And I didn't mention, but the tool is freely accessible. And one of the things we are also open and more happy to do with partners, as we are discussing now, for example, in Tanzania, is just to give the platform, which can be white labeled by an organization to use it and to select features that are appropriate for the local context. Now, without further ado, I'll just hand it over to my colleague Godfrey from Yara Kenya.
So thank you so much. All right. So locally, I think we have some snapshot of how you can use the soil data, what we have been able to do. And what we did starting around 2017, 2018, all the way to 2019, we did an extensive soil analysis, and we focused mostly on maize growing areas for small-scale farmers. So this is a snapshot of that analysis, and you can see it tends to agree with what all the other stakeholders have been presenting here. So what we how we use this data is that we went ahead and identified the key limiting factors in terms of nutrient limiting. And we developed a solution that was designed to address those deficiencies. Now, what we did at the beginning, there was different formulations that were initially designed, and we took this through extensive in-house evaluations, basically trying to come up with one that would best suit most farmers, that gave that optimal production, but most importantly, remained affordable. Remember, this data is coming from small-scale farmers who are really struggling to, achieve that yield. So the solution we came up addressed, what I have on the arrows here, those were the nutrients that we tried to focus on. And after doing our in-house, coming up with one product that were best suited, was a best fit across the country, we went ahead and, we have that collaboration with Calro, and they did evaluation using this product for several seasons over different various counties where we were targeting this product. And they agreed that this product was actually able to improve the yield. So yes, it is possible to have that, to use that data set to come up with solutions that actually offer value to farmers and most importantly, remain affordable. We do not stop there. We have not stopped there. What we constantly keep doing is monitoring the performance of these solutions. And this is some data that we are still working on from last year, yield from last year. If you look at, we have Kakamega, Bungoma, Western Zoya, and we compare this to the traditional solutions that farmers are using, the traditional fertilizer. And so far from last year, we have seen that if you use soil data, develop a customized product, farmers have been able, on average, to have that 26% yield improvement. And this has been consistent since we started working with this soil data and developing this solution. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Yeah, thank you, Godfrey, and thank you again to the organizers of the conference. I think we all agree on the challenges that we face here. Soil acidification, loss of soil biodiversity and soil salinity, etc. And I think we also have heard a lot of interesting statements previously today that the picture is a little bit fragmented when it comes to improved access to data on soil, improving soil health. So from the private sector point of view and Yara, we see that there's a lack of comprehensive and accessible data on soil health. Just as mentioned, this is why we developed this soil health platform, as Simone talked about, and also showcasing a little bit on how national soil data can be used in Kenya. But what we also wanted to initiate is a soil knowledge exchange partnership. So we believe that there is a possibility now to, in a way, formalize a little bit further the knowledge-based information exchange on improving access to soil health data, and develop it into a true common goodwill that can be used by multiple stakeholders. And this is part of a more broader effort that we have launched also from the Norwegian side. The Norwegian embassy is here, but the Minister of International Development launched this Global Fertilizer Challenge last year. And the idea is to bring together more stakeholders and actors to have better regenerative practices and best cropping practices. So this partnership that we would like to invite to could engage industrial and institutional stakeholders and farmers and civil society actors across the whole agri-food ecosystem, and promote this open shared digital soil health data infrastructure. And of course, Kenya is already one of the most interesting and advanced cases in Africa. We heard that through this collaboration with the government we have had, Kenya was able to increase the yield for maize from 44 million to 61 million bags through a more balanced crop nutrition efforts. This was testified by the president of Kenya, Ruto, last year, actually. So it's just an example how private sector can contribute to this agenda. And the outcomes of this workshop will obviously be very interesting also in terms of the broader picture. The AU summit that was mentioned is coming up also in Kenya in May. So from Yara point of view, we look very much forward to join this work and see how we can contribute from the private sector to ensure that farmers, researchers, policymakers, investors, and not least farmers are able to take this agenda forward. So thank you again so much. Karibuni sana.
Thank you very much. Everyone has been really good with time, so thank you all of you. So, we see that initiative to bring together all these scattered data in front of the screen, sorry. Now, it's still worth it to try to, secure that the data methodologies are the harmonized, and then to secure some capacity at the at the public sector level. And I think now we can bring in the Soulfare program for our colleagues from FAO. I think they are online. So I don't know if Yusuf Yigini can join us, or if it's his colleague who is presenting today. They have a large program that they're just starting in Kenya with many features, but one of them is to secure, I think, some elements of methodology of soil collection of soil data at laboratories, but beyond, of course, and I think Yusuf can tell us more about this. Are you around, Yusuf? Or your colleagues? Doesn't seem like it. Are we? Oh, yeah. Isabel. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Sorry, I had trouble unmuting myself.
Unfortunately.
Can you hear me now?
No, she's not muted.
Can you hear me? Hello? It seems like it's working on Zoom, but not in the venue.
Apologies about things coming from us. Could you please try your microphone, Isabel? And speak to us to check if it works. Can you say a few words? That's all I'm asking. No? No, could you say, Isabel, could you say a few words, because we need to test whether now it's working on our end or not.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Let me just check if I can share my screen. It seems like yes. Just a second. There you go. Good afternoon, dear participants, and thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I will be presenting today on behalf of Yusuf, who couldn't attend this session right now. I will try to keep the time. Just bear with me as I didn't prepare the slides myself. So just be patient with me if I go a little bit over time. I will be presenting FAO's work on soil health and also specifically the Sulfur project, which will kickstart activities in Kenya this year. So the work of FAO on soil health and soil nutrients and fertilizer recommendations is twofold. We have so-called institutional activities that are led by the Global Soil Partnership, which is hosted at the Land and Water Division of FAO. The Global Soil Partnership was established in 2012. And is a mechanism to develop partnerships between various stakeholders, nationally, regionally, and globally, and to put soils on the global agenda by improving the governance of soils and promoting sustainable soil management. The Global Soil Partnership has almost 200 members that are members of FAO. And it also hosts several technical networks. Its oldest and first network that was established in 2016 is the International Network of Soil Information Institutions. This network deals directly with soil information and data and supports countries in compiling their data and generating relevant soil information to guide both decisions at national, regional scale, all the way to the field. INSEE currently has 122 members plus the European Union. And it is the technical backbone of several digital tools that deal directly with soil data and information that are being developed through the Global Soil Partnership of the FAO. CalRO specifically is part of the Global Soil Partnership as a focal point and is also active in the activities of this specific network that I'm mentioning. INSEE operates through these key themes in a close collaboration of another key network of the Global Soil Partnership, the Global Soil Laboratory Network that targets specifically national soil laboratories to support them both technically and also in terms of harmonizing methods. So INSEE specifically tackles the establishment of soil information systems, the generation of country-driven soil thematic maps, as well as the generation of training material through its extensive capacity development program to support countries in compiling, managing their soil data, and generating relevant information such as national maps, for instance, on soil organic carbon stocks. A key component of INSEE and INSEE's mandate is the establishment of a global soil information system, known also by its acronym as GLOSSIS. Its beta version is currently online and was developed to be part of the, or in line with the hand-in-hand initiative of FAO. GLOSSIS is currently operating and is also envisioned to be a federation of soil information systems in a decentralized fashion. So at the core of GLOSSIS is really the ownership and self-reliance of the countries, of the governments in managing their own soil information system independently. Throughout the years, the Global Soil Partnership of FAO has closely collaborated with key partners, including ISRIC, to develop the data exchange standards of GLOSSIS, as well as the publication of a soil data policy in 2017 aimed at easing data sharing within, among institutions, and sometimes even within. As I mentioned earlier, self-reliance and data ownership is really at the core of the institutional activities of FAO's Global Soil Partnership. And with this in mind, the partnership has supported the generation of global soil thematic maps in a country-driven way, so following a bottom-up approach. This, in a nutshell, means that we work closely with countries, we capacitate them so that they can independently generate their national products and share them in a harmonized way to generate regional and global level products. Through this approach, we have published several of these global soil thematic maps, including a global map on soil organic carbon stocks, a global map on soil organic carbon sequestration potential, as well as a map showing the distribution and extent of black soils globally. A key activity, not just, a key activity dealing with soil health, which is a core topic of this meeting, is the generation also of indicators. So through its endorsement at COAG, and since the 10th GSP Plenary Assembly, the Global Soil Partnership has shifted its mandate towards the establishment of indicators on soil, specifically to guide and to report on the progress on soil health globally and nationally. And this new approach is summarized in the new Global Soil Partnership Action Framework. With this in mind, a working group, a dedicated working group was established to create and identify a set of key soil indicators to build a global soil health index that will be hosted in a platform called SoilStat that mirrors FAO Stat of FAO. CalRO is also represented in the working group of ISAF and is currently supporting the identification of this set of indicators. A methodology was already proposed for the Global Soil Health Index. However, discussions are still ongoing, but the general idea is to devise a global soil health index that will be spatially explicit. It will be a map that can be fine-tuned through national case studies and higher resolution national data. Now, to soil fair, and apologies if I'm powering through, I really want to stay within the time. I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation that the activities on soil health and nutrient management are twofold at the Global Soil Partnership. So we looked at the institutional activities, and now I would like to mention a project that is funded by the US State Department. Currently, the activities of this project, called Soil Mapping for Resilient Agri-Food Systems in Central America and Sub-Saharan Africa, is being implemented in Zambia, Honduras, and Guatemala, but activities will kickstart soon as well in Kenya and Ghana. Here, an overview of the short, medium, and long-term goals of this project, also to give you an idea of the main objectives of this project. In the short term, it aims at compiling legacy data and, most importantly, generating fresh data. So having and generating models for decision support systems for fertilizer recommendations based on an abundance of data of new fresh soil samples at national scale. In the medium term, this data will be used to generate decision support systems as well as several digital solutions for evidence-based management guiding. And in the long term, since capacity development is really at the core of this project, we envision the participating countries to own the generated data tools, as well as the adoption of improved practices for sustainable soil management. The three main outputs are the establishment of a national soil information system that will be the main entry point for the various digital solutions developed under the project. the generation of decision support tools, both for field scale decisions, as well as at the governmental level to guide projects on sustainable agricultural practices. And finally, since the project also works directly with farmers and will and has a component on a financial assessment of the adoption of practices, a key output will be the scaling up of sustainable soil management practices nationally. In total, through the various countries, we envision to make available as a common good up to 40,000 top and subsoil samples with a key focus on croplands. These samples will be analyzed using both wet and dry chemistry. A seamless data flow is envisioned and will be established and owned by the participating countries from the field all the way to farmer applications. And this is all from my end. Thank you very much for allowing me to present at this nice event. And if you have any further questions about the activities of the Global Soil Partnership and also this project, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So as we can see, this is a very comprehensive program. There are surely some elements, that we need to identify as, ready to go to support Calro in the development of their platform, and how do we leverage all the ecosystem around. But the vision here is very similar to the build-up of a platform such as the one that could be built in Calro. So I'm making an executive decision here because I do not want to delay lunch further. We'll have quite a few more people to speak, more than in the list here, because we had some last minute people showing up and ready to share their really nice initiatives and very relevant yet again. So I'm suggesting that we break for lunch now, but we start at 2 p.m. sharp. We will not be waiting to start because we also have a really good session that has been organized by our colleagues from GIZ, supporting Caro in looking into more the data infrastructure points. And we have some very interesting speakers who have some other constraints, unfortunately. So we really need to be on time as much as possible. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for such an interesting morning already, and looking forward to the rest of the conversation, and see you back here at, let's say, 10 to 2, so that we try to start at 2 sharp. Thanks a lot. See you later.
Lunch is being served first floor. Let's go to first floor.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Mic check. Check, 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 check. Check 1, 2. Am I mute? Check 1, 2. One, two. Check, check, check. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Mic check, check, check. Sawa. Mic test. Hi, Taiza. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay. Just share your screen and maybe be ready to be next to present.
Sure.
Share your screen. We are testing. Share your screen.
Yeah. A sec.
Hi, can you hear me too?
Yes, we can. Is that Meda?
Yes, and so I think I'm going next, right? I believe I'm next in the list from after the FAO presentation.
Hi, Meda. Yes, you are coming next. We're going to try to rally everyone and then you're going to come next.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I could share my screen too. But I'm glad you can at least hear me.
Yes, we can. Very clearly, actually.
Excellent.
So, do I come then after Meda, or is that the change?
Well, in that case, do you hear me, Tessa?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's easier and better if I do first for the entire institute, and then you focus on the project. Is that more logical order of things?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds great.
I don't know if the organizers are hearing us.
Taiza. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just to let you know, there's 3 presentations before yours. So I think you're probably going to be on at from hopefully 2:30.
2:30.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So CGR is going to be first. Second, the Fertilizer Association of Kenya. Third, a program from GIZ, and then it's going to be ISRIC. I'll give the floor to Rick, and then I'll let you guys handle. Rick is going to give you the floor. Is that it? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds great.
Perfect.
Thanks. Apologies for the delay.
No worries.
No worries.
I don't envy you, Marianne, yes. So hopefully you can see the screen.
We can, Meda.
Okay, great, because I can't see anything but my screen, so thanks.
Okay, no, it's perfect.
Okay, good, thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? I'm
Yes.
Remy Trier from the bank in Morocco. So I'm with you.
Bonjour, Remy. We can hear you.
Okay.
Thanks for being here. I'm sorry we have some slight delay. It's probably going to be 40 minutes delayed compared to what was planned. It was a busy morning.
So at what time should I be ready?
I'll ask Bernard to send you an email. But probably 40 minutes delay compared to what was planned.
Okay. No worries. Thank you.
Meda, I was going to get you ready to speak, but even your colleagues are not in the room yet. So I don't dare at this stage. I give them 5 more minutes. Okay, so hopefully my beautiful voice shouting through this microphone is going to get everyone into this room. So we're restarting the session that we didn't finish this morning. And I would like to introduce Meda Devare, who's representing Excellence in Agronomy, CGIAR. So, this morning we've heard about programs which we're trying to advise, which are advising the government with a short-term vision, a longer-term vision of how we can bring things in terms of thinking through soil nutrition, nutrients with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We had, how do we bring together the existing data under one platform that makes everything accessible with Solar Hive. We had FAO Soil Fair program, which presented their approach, starting their program in Kenya, these days. And now we would like to move to another element, so soil approach, modeling roadmaps. Now looking to the modeling, if we need to figure out what kind of advice to give to farmers, we need to understand and bring together a whole different range of data and knowledge about agronomics together. And this is what Excellence in Agronomy is doing really well. And Meda is going to tell us a bit more about, I believe, the work that's already been done in Kenya and elsewhere. And, what could be the options that CGR can bring to the floor. Over to you, Meda.
Thanks very much, Marianne. Yes, I'll try to gain you some time, hopefully. What I'm trying to do is to talk about what Excellence in Agronomy does, broadly speaking, in the area of both data and analytics, and how it relates to what was spoken of before. So, what I want to talk about here is what Excellence in Agronomy is, very, very quickly. The overall goal is to deliver agronomic gain at scale. And that's for sustainable intensification as well as climate adaptation. Those are the two primary dimensions that we're trying to address. We're guided by 6 major areas of work, and I can see that my animation doesn't work as well as it ought to, but the 2 I'm going to focus on here, which Marie-Agnès alluded to, is the first one is the standardized, fair, open data and tools. You heard a lot this morning already about the need for harmonized data, interoperable data, open data, taking into account privacy considerations. We are working on all of that, and we've already stood up a data ecosystem. And then the innovation based on agile, data-driven decision-making that sort of builds on those data, which you've heard about a little bit as well in earlier talks. So what is our overall ecosystem look like? So I wanted to give a quick view of that. What we're really looking for in the end is actionable agricultural advisories. James alluded to that in his talk on Sustain Africa. Christian alluded a little bit to that. I think almost every speaker has in one way or another. So we're talking here about recommendations for fertilizer, planting date, variety, and other ways of managing towards better outcomes. What we're doing to do that is we have a decision support toolkit that's itself driven by what we call the AgWise framework. And what AgWise is a collection of scripts. It could be crop modeling tools. It could be machine learning approaches, all sitting under one framework, essentially, that can be leveraged in very flexible ways, depending on the ask. And so to drive this, of course, you need that harmonized modeling ready to the extent possible data. And that's where most of us get stuck. So what we've already put up is what we call the data pool, which is essentially an agronomy database, a knowledge graph-based database for those of you who care about such things. And that includes public as well as private pools. That does a lot of harmonization, integration, and enrichment, but it cannot do that unless the data that feeds it essentially is already born fair, or legacy data that's created to be fair. And we've got a bunch of tools that allow us to do this. So collect data in the field that's already conformant with standards. And those standards are mapped across a number of different efforts so that in the end, we are speaking about the same thing. We also have ways of rendering legacy data fair, interoperable, and made standards compliant. And I've said here, there's a little footnote, essentially, that the data pool has these public and private pools. But there's also, this year, we plan to make available the ability to analyze data while maintaining privacy. So I mentioned the AgWise workflow. You'll notice the colors are the same here. So the data, what AgWise depends on is a strong data layer driven by a number of different types of data. Then there's the scripts and the analytics. That's the AgWise layer, essentially. And then we have, without the scaling, without partnerships, and without the scaling support, we don't get anywhere. So we build all of this in as an offering, essentially. I should say here that any of the tools that I'm talking about are available as white label offerings. So it doesn't have to be branded our way. It doesn't have to, you can take it, you can do what you want with it, brand it as you wish. You can develop further on it because most of these things are open source as well as being open for anybody to use. Now, I wanted to point to a few success stories that have been stood up by AgWise. Marie-Agnès mentioned the work we've done with the World Bank, with CalRO, with a number of different players in Kenya. And here we've stood up optimized fertilizer advice based on the ask. The ask from CalRO and the government was that they wanted to achieve a 30% increase in maize production over the current mean annual production levels. Initially, this was intended to be stood up at county level, but the developer team managed to do it at the sub-county level and are working on it further as well. This workflow uses on-farm data, soil data, as well as trial data, crop response data, weather data, and it allows a certain level of customization. So you can decide at what level of granularity you would like. You can decide what kind of yield target you're looking for. You can generate the recommendation for different fertilizer formulations. This has already been done for Kenya. The work is being validated now in the field. I think James mentioned that as well in concert with Sustain Africa. But this is not the only thing we've already done. So here, what I'm showing you in bold is the work that's already been stood up in Nigeria, Rwanda, Ethiopia, and a number of other countries for a number of different crops. The stuff that's lighter gray is what's quickly going to be stood up in 2024, but there's a lot more on the table. And I think Dr. Meklit Chernet will be speaking much more about this. I just wanted to give you a flavor and say that we are already doing a lot of this work using the harmonized data that we're developing, using the AgWise framework to build on this. AgWise itself stands on the shoulders of a giant, essentially, and that's Akilimo. Akilimo is a whole framework that offers customized advice to farmers on how to grow cassava, how to increase yields, as well as revenues. What I want to point out here is it's not just about the advisory. You have to think about the scaling, you have to think about the demand, about how this wants to be consumed, about the support. And so we, through Akilimo, and Akilimo itself is very successful. It's being scaled, driven by validation support, network analysis, and the development of linkages and partnerships, business models. There's an Akilimo association that's now co-owning this more and more. So we're letting it out of our hands. And to us, that's the measure of success. Once it goes out of our hands and gets owned by somebody else and sustained by somebody else. The bundled services help in this, and a bunch of training materials in a number of different formats, number of different languages, including cartoons, including videos, including there's a portal where you can get all of this on a dashboard. There's a lot there that drives this, recognizing how people want to consume this stuff. So what I want to end with is the message that it's not just what we offer through Excellence in Agronomy is not just the nifty analytics and ways to harmonize data, but a sort of a full service solution, including this due diligence process. What I want to point out in this due diligence process that goes all the way from MVP ideation through monitoring, evaluation, learning, and impact assessment, which is what MELIA stands for. There are a few things I want to point out here. The first step is the validation step. And we have support for validation protocols, standard ways of assessing the performance of the recommendations that you're standing up. We have ways of piloting the MVP. We have, tried and tested scaling approaches, as I just pointed out through Akilimo, for instance. And we have a very robust MELIA framework to assess the success of what we're doing. So I wanted to give you a sense of what EIA can offer. And I want to stop here, but this was just a sort of a flavor. You'll hear more from Meklit tomorrow on AgWise, and a little bit more of a deep dive on these open and fair data tools tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Meda. And yes, indeed, there will be more conversation tomorrow and more opportunities to hear about the great work done by CGIAR. Obviously, it's quite advanced already. We know that there are other models out there, but I wanted to point out to something. The objective is not to harmonize everything and everyone here. We all have different incentives, we all have different programs. The objective is more to leverage what each and every one of you is doing to help Caro figure out what's foundational infrastructure they can create that will then serve each and every one of us, so that all of us don't always have to reinvent the wheel, restart from scratch, rebuilding everything, but rather have these foundational data, these foundational knowledge, agronomic knowledge and models that everyone can leverage and build upon, including the private sector for developing their services. So now from the modeling, we're moving to, other stakeholders in the ecosystem. And let's not forget that we've had a lot of research until now, but there's a lot of private sector in this, soil health, soil fertility ecosystem. And one of them here is the Fertilizer Association of Kenya. And I would like to introduce Lilian Monjiro, who's going to tell us about an idea that her colleagues had in the Fertilizer Association of Kenya in how to make some of their data more available. Over to you.
Thank you, Marie, for the introduction. Before I go into my presentation, I just wanted to recognize that I'm here on behalf of Fertilizer Association of Kenya. I work for ICL Fertilizers, but today I'm wearing the hat of FAK. And I would like to recognize the members of FAK who are here. So Mr. Muriuki is our former chair for FAK, and we'd like to say that he's always our chair, forever our chair. And I think I saw Shakil somewhere here from ETG. He's our treasurer. And William Ngeno, I think he's also left. He's our vice chair. And Dr. Bimal would have liked to be here, but unfortunately he could not be here. So he sends his apologies. And I think there are many other people from OCP, Karemi, Nathaniel Karemi is part of the board for FAK, Nathaniel, and I don't know whether I've left anybody. Samson from Kemagro. So I'll briefly first start with who FAK is, and I know some of you have seen this presentation many times, so apologies to those. For those who have not, I hope this will be good information. So FAK is the Fertilizer Association of Kenya, which is the umbrella organization that brings together manufacturers, importers, and blenders of fertilizers. It was started in 2009 by a very able chairman, former chair, Mr. Muriuki, to really address issues surrounding the fertilizer industry, and also to encourage research in the development and production of appropriate fertilizers, and to also promote public education when it comes to the use of fertilizers and also soil health. And also to go towards more specific use of blended fertilizers, so crop-specific sustainable fertilizer use. We represent over 12,000 agro-dealers, 150 distributors, and we are now more than 16 fertilizers importers. We are about 20 to 25, I believe. So in a nutshell, just to give you an overview of the fertilizer industry in numbers, the investment that is there in terms of fertilizer industry. Quite a huge investment, as you can see there from the numbers. A lot of blending plants that have been invested in by our members, a granulation plant. In terms of employment, you can see how many people we employ. In terms of revenue to the government. So such a very important sector, and especially when it comes to what we're talking about here, soil health and soil fertility. The industry recognizes that it's important for us to bring the right product that fits the right crops and the right soils. So our guiding principles are just mainly in terms of what we've been talking about here, making sure that we have the right fertilizer available at the right time, at the right price, as much as we can control that. And so with the healthy competition that we have a lot of commodities that are brought in. There's a lot of research that our members undertake, and we promote a lot of unique and innovative specialty products. Now, because of the vibrant industry that we have in Kenya, I think we are one of the most vibrant industry that we have in Africa, and specifically in this region. We've at least managed to get the fertilizer used to the Abuja Declaration, which we acknowledge is still, I think I'm ahead of the presentation, I'm sorry. Which we acknowledge that it's still low, and that's why this platform would be very important, because then we can be able to come together as one, looking at all the data that is available, and hopefully at least optimize fertilizer use, and hopefully not get to where the West is, where we are overusing fertilizer, but where we are at we have that opportunity to get to optimal use of fertilizer in Kenya. Now, this is, I think, what Marie was talking about in terms of, this is the historical importation of fertilizer. Again, I'm ahead, sorry. So you can see the history of importation of fertilizer in Kenya over time. Now, interesting to look at 2023, we've had a lot of challenge from 2022 towards the end of 2021, when prices went very high. 2022 prices were very high, and then 2023, the government came in with a subsidy initiative, and you can see importation has been on an average around 700, 600. But this year, last year, 2023, it's actually right now, this is data from October. The actual data is actually around 800. But question is, does importation translate to use? And that's a very important question for us to answer, because we may import a lot of fertilizer, but does that actually translate to use? And that's a question we've been asking ourselves as an industry, because we know last year was a very difficult year for the industry. We appreciate the government coming in with the subsidy, but we know that only the government managed to distribute only around 300 metric tons, 300,000 metric tons. And we know between the industry, probably at most 100, so only 400. So the question is, what happened to the rest? And so we realize that there's a data gap there that needs to be addressed. So because we need to figure out, as we are doing all this work, is importation really translating to use? And so that's the discussion we had with Marie last month. And we are thinking this is an opportunity for the private sector to be able to share information to fill in this gap. But of course, within certain guidelines of competition and privacy. And so we are thinking of an idea in partnership with, I don't know what happened, in partnership with already existing solutions, like, for example, eProd solution. So that's an idea that we have, hopefully, to be able to develop, to fill that data, to be able to create that relationship between importation and fertilizer use. And so some of the consequences of having that conflicting ecosystem where you have private and government, when it's also necessary, but how do you make that ecosystem work? So when it's not working together, some of the threats are, you have a threat to the workforce, limited accessibility of fertilizer to farmers, which we saw last year happening, a loss of revenue to the government, limited scope in products, and a lack of uniformity in messaging, which is very important. And I think that's why this platform is going to be very, very key. But we do recognize that the government is currently putting efforts to try and improve that. And I was seated strategically next to Henry, and so I know they're coming up with something. Suggestions, I'll just not go through this because of time. I wanted to talk about what we are doing as a private sector to speak to this, the platform on soil health and soil fertility. And our partners do a lot of research. Some of which have already been mentioned, like the initiative by Yara. There's an initiative by OCP, some initiative by ICL. And so many other work that is being done by the private sector. So there's a lot of data that can be taken advantage, even that can be used in this current platform that is being put together. And so just to give you confidence that the blends that we come up with as an industry is really based on research. It's based on soil information. And as you can see, we have varying fertilizer blends, about 50 or so blends among our players. And as you can see, as much as there are different blends, the key nutrients for the key crops are the same. So very small variation between the blends. And the question has been there, you have so many blends, isn't that confusing? But actually having many blends is a good thing, because one, it spurs healthy competition, because of course, as a company, you want to bring something that works, which is good for the farmer. It spurs innovation. And of course, this all has to be done under certain guiding principles. So the question should be, what nutrients are key for specific crops and areas? What are the targeted yields that will guide the rate of recommendation? And then important is, we have to work as one. The private public sector has to work as one. We need to have uniformity in key messaging across the sector. And this I just wanted to put out there because, as we said, soil acidity is an issue. As a private sector, we recognize that. And we've had innovations on granulated lime. But like I always say, I've mentioned before, this I think is a band-aid, and we need a more strategic way of dealing with the soil acidity issue in Kenya. And finally, just general recommendation on what we can do. I think my time is over. Let me just finish that. We need to take advantage of existing blends. And then we also need to address other key challenges, which we are talking about already here. Yeah, I think that's my summary. Thank you, Marie.
Thank you so much. I didn't mean to press you, but yeah, it's a really important presentation here, because we're bringing this, theory of the data. It's not theory data, but we're bringing the data and the research to the reality of what's happening on the ground. How do we actually, if we advise farmers to use different types of fertilizers or different types of practices, are we making sure that they have access to what they need to actually do this? So thank you very much for this. Now, I would like to move to actually some programs which are getting closer to farmers already. So from the GIZ's angle with the ProSoil projects, if I can ask my colleague David Kirsting to join and present the program. Over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. The presentation I had shared maybe 2 hours ago, is it with You guys who are managing the slides? It is not. Hmm.
Apologies for the delays, technical issues. So I'll take the opportunity to just mention that unfortunately, because of time, we won't be able to have the conversation about the building blocks we wanted to have. But let me just, give you some ideas here of what kind of groups or work program or work packages or however we want to call them in the future for the next few months of how we can continue this work. Obviously, there's one on data. It's no surprise. Obviously, there's one on modeling. But the question is, and obviously there will be one on, and maybe more discussions about this after, about how we bring the information all the way to farmers. And an increasing amount of programs are really looking into creating these kind of interfaces. And obviously also, what's the role of Carlo into all this? And so all these questions are going to be essential. The sessions tomorrow are really going to look into some of these suggested building blocks, following a little bit of how do we build an end-to-end use case on fertilizer optimization. I think we're good on the presentation now, nearly.
So.
But if you have the agenda for tomorrow, you will see, I think, some of the building blocks around which we can more practically organize further work, hopefully within the next maybe 6 months or less, actually, if we would like to have something for the Africa Union meeting. Okay, we're good to go.
There we go. Thank you very much. My name is David Casting. I am a project manager at GIZ, fortunate to have a project going by the name of Soil Protection and Rehabilitation of Degraded Soils in Western Kenya, part of a global program. A short word on GIZ, who we are and what we do. GIZ is a company owned by the government of Germany, and we are active pretty much all over the globe. Our programs are based on bilateral agreements between the government of Germany and the respective host government, in this case, the government of Kenya. Our core business is capacity development, and that can mean many different things. First and foremost, we do training of technical nature, here in this case about soils. It can also mean exchange visits, mentoring and coaching, and alike. As a German federal enterprise, we are bound to the values of the German constitution, European values, and the treaties I had mentioned before. What does that mean, a global program? The activities that we conduct here in Western Kenya are part of a 7 countries program that is funded by the German government. 240 million euros, including co-funding by the European Union and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And here in, sorry, can I have the next slide, please? There we go. As I mentioned, a 10 years program, 7 countries, and quite a substantial investment by the German government, the European Union, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Our goal is to enhance the large-scale implementation of sustainable soil management. And that's also the subject of my next slide, if I could have that. Yeah, a quick snapshot at what is our perspective, our position on what a healthy soil is. I think first and foremost, when we think about soils, we think about nutrients, about N, P, and K, the micronutrients. And we've also heard several of our stakeholders refer to biomass, soil organic matter, and soil organic carbon. And for us in this program, this is our emphasis because biomass and soil organic carbon moderates pH, it moderates the water holding capacity, and it also provides the foundation of soil life. A healthy soil is also always a living soil. Lastly, and I think that's currently gaining importance, it's the foundation also of many carbon credit projects. And therefore, I believe when we talk about decision support tools, they should include soil organic matter by default. If I may have the next slide. Our intervention area is in Western Kenya, in Siaya, Kakamega, and Bungoma County. We are a 10-year program here in Kenya as well. And since 2015, we have already trained a substantial number of farmers in these 3 counties. So basically, our focus is at the farm level. We do a lot of trainings. We also encourage farmers to invest in soil testing. We connect them to service providers that are active in the region. And we do outreach and awareness creation via radio, different TV formats like Shamba Shaper, etc. Us ourselves, we have taken about 6,000 georeference soil samples for Western Kenya alone. And I believe that can be a valuable contribution for the platform that we intend to set up. We also do cross-country exchange visits, and we have supported the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development to develop a agricultural soil management policy, which was adopted by the cabinet last year, and which is sort of the guideline for soil relevant activities in Kenya. Therein, a policy statement refers to the importance of soil information when it comes to fertilizer use and recommendations, as well as to establishing a national soil management information system. And I believe that's why we are meeting here today. So I think this workshop comes in due time. For us as the ProSoil project, we still have about 2 years implementing in Western Kenya and beyond. And we have a work stream to support the development of a decision support tool. Question for us is, in which way would this be done best? I could imagine through ground truthing of such a soil information system, linking it, soil information also to the design of subsidy programs. We have a collaboration within GIZ with IFPRI and an upcoming event in April, where we're going to dive a little deeper into this topic. And lastly, the question I believe is which decision support tool to use. I think you've mentioned it before, there are plenty of platforms out there. Some of them, I think, have also made an attempt to look at soil information services. Others have looked at it more from a landscape, natural resource perspective. I want to close basically with a pledge, not to reinvent the wheel, and to make use of the existing platforms that are out there through interfaces, APIs, and borrowing from what has worked well in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Once again, we've heard that there's data being created, there's knowledge being created, and this direct link to farmers and to their practices, and communicating to them, but I guess learning about their practices at the same time, right? So now I would like to welcome the last presentation. So it's a bit of a last minute here for this one, but not less valuable. So it's I would like to introduce our colleague from Rick van der Bosch from ISRIC. I think there will be multiple interventions here. Really grateful if we can keep it to some short amount of time so we can move to the next session. but looking forward to hearing about your initiative, which I think was just mentioned by your GIZ colleague too. So over to you, Rick. Hopefully you're
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much, Marie-Agnes. My name is Rick van den Bos. I'm the director of the International Soil Reference and Information Center. Thanks for having me and my colleague. A few words about ISRIC. We are a capacity building institute focused on helping institutions to develop soil information for sustainable land management. So that is our focus. We are an independent service provider. We have also a pretty large data repository, and we are firmly rooted in soil science. We have a lot of people that really work also in universities and understand soil science. I think it's clear that from the presentations that better understanding of the soils of Kenya is really at the root of what we are trying to achieve here. I listened carefully to the presentation of Dr. Kimani this morning, where he presented how legacy data have been, brought together, georeferenced, and resulted in a nice set of maps of the soils of Kenya. But it's also clear that that effort has to be extended in the current time, because soils change over time, and we need to continue that effort, make it up to date with new data and new methods. And that is something that ISRIC can help with. And I would like to share one slide with you to explain that a little bit. So what we do is we work around together. We work according to a soil information workflow, where the users are in the center of things, and then we follow a couple of steps: data collection, laboratory analysis. This is not rocket science. Soil archiving. Of course, you have to organize your data properly according to data standards and exchange standards, so they can also talk to other databases. We do modeling and mapping. Then there is the interpretation, and it has been mentioned a couple of times, decision support tools, the work of the excellence in agronomy. They work on basis of soil information, so applying soil information and then sharing data to other users and clients. And for each of these steps in the soil information workflow, we have tools, we have methods, we have code, we have capacity building programs to assist national level soil information institutes across the continent. We have a community of practice of people in Africa that are interested in this, and we already have 500 members, talking about this and also willing to receive capacity building. We are very happy working with Calro already on a couple of initiatives. One was just shown by my colleague of GIZ, which is the Land, Soil and Crop Information Service. But we also manage the Soils for Africa project, where we build a soil information system for the entire continent. So the message here is very simple. We can help Calro in their efforts to upgrade their current system on all these aspects, where I need to say that, applying soil information on the left side of this graph is something that we would never do by ourselves. We would do that with other colleagues, for instance, the excellence in agronomy and other agronomists, because we are pure, much better in soil information and soil science than in agronomy. So that is a part that we would also always do together with others. So simple message: we are here to help. We are a not-for-profit. Everything that we have in terms of data and tools is open source, open data, so can be used without any costs or whatever. So that is the message from me as an overall message from ISRIC. My colleague Thaisa will chip in for a couple of minutes to explain a little bit more the work that we've done on user considerations, the center part of this graph.
Yes, thanks, Rick. Let me share my screen. So, hi everybody, good afternoon to you all. Very interesting workshop until so far, and thanks for the organization to give me a few minutes. I'm here to talk a little bit about a project that we're doing together with the Bill Melinda Gates Foundation and with Gabi International. And the project is about a process towards strengthening soil information services. And the whole goal of this project is to investigate with countries that already have ASIS to know what are success factors and what are limitations in setting up soil information services. And by getting these, by interviewing all these different countries that have this SIS, we are trying to get a framework out that states, well, these are the different kind of elements to investigate if you want to set up a soil information system that lasts for a long time. And that is basically the whole goal of this project. And why is this so important? Is that we see is that a lot of times if a soil information system is developed, we tend to build it out from the technical point of view. So we see that, oh, we need to have data in there and we need to do this and we need to make sure that we show maps or something. But most of the times they don't consider the user needs assessment. So that tells us what should really be there to make this soil information system sustainable. So you can think of this not only on the technical aspects, but also on the financial aspects, legal aspects, organizational aspects, and capacity building needs. And by investigating all these different factors, we can create a soil information system that has a sustainability for years and years to come. And that is the goal of this project. So what we hope to achieve is to have an improved understanding of the key success factors and limitations for sustainable SIS development, understand the key characteristics of a country that are crucial to take into account for a SIS design, provide examples of successful SIS in different circumstances, design and test a roadmap. So once we have this framework, we will test it in 2 different countries that want to set up a SIS to give them kind of a roadmap to know this is what is good to check before you setting up a SIS. And provide guidelines on the technical possibilities for every step of the soil information workflow. And that is the workflow that Rick just showed. And most importantly is that all of what we learn from this project will be communicated and shared with the community. And why do we present this project here in Kenya is that we had an expressed interest in that Kenya is interested in setting up a soil information system. And that's why we would like to test this framework within Kenya to see what are all the different elements to make a sustainable soil information system. This one I will skip because Rick just mentioned this, but basically we're following all these kind of different elements that make up for a successful soil information system as well. Doesn't mean all elements should have to be in there, because that's why the user needs assessment is so important. It can be that your end users just want to have mapping and modeling in there. And that can already be enough to make sure that the soil information fits to the user end needs. And that's why that user consideration and that user needs assessment is so very important. So one thing that we already did in the project is provided a report with an overview of standard methods and tools available for each step of the soil information workflow. And this report will be shared openly and can be accessed by everybody. And the next thing is that what we did in this project is develop new evidence for CIS and developing this framework what I was talking about. So what we had different kind of role and research expertise in the CIS. We had in-country interviews with 9 different countries that have a CIS to know what are the success factors and what are the limitations, to know what are the enabling environment settings that come up with the success of the CIS, then the CIS technology options and the stages of a CIS development. And all of that combined, we are now working on this CIS archetypes and this framework. And that is the stage where we're in now at the moment in the project.
I'm sorry to wrap up now because it's been 10 minutes and we had new 5 in theory. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So I will quickly end up, but if you would like some more information about this project, my colleagues from KAWI, Henry Mibai and Lydia Gatera are here in the room today. So please go and meet with them if you would like to learn a little bit more about the project. And otherwise you can either email me or Wasaki Arashi, who is the project lead for this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the both of you for this, and in particular last minute. So as we can see, a lot is going on. As I was saying, I don't think the objective will be to align everyone. It's not going to be possible, but maybe one option, I think, is to figure out, now we have, I think, most of the actors, at least on the data front, trying to figure out what exactly is the ecosystem, have an ecosystem landscape, and really pin down what it is that each and every institution, program can contribute on this roadmap towards this roadmap to the creation of this platform. And, maybe having this exercise of doing something that maybe we don't always do, which is to say what it is exactly that we already have and what it is that is in the pipeline to really make a difference between two, because there's a lot of work that is, something that we project to do, we would like to do, but we don't necessarily know when it's going to happen. So if we can have maybe a good, clear map about what exists, and then we identify, how different stakeholders can cooperate around this roadmap leading to the creation of this platform, I think would be a good way forward. And maybe some element of this coordination can be discussed on for us, for the people who will be there on the third day, sorry. So a coordination mechanism. So thanks to all of you for being here today and for sharing about your programs. Without further ado, I would like to give the floor to my colleagues from GIZ who are leading a session on data infrastructure, which is really going to be at the core of this platform and at the core of the technical coordination mechanism for all this. So Bernard, over to you.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had your fill during lunchtime, but not enough that you will not be with us as we take this second phase of the morning and the day here. Actually, my name is Wilfred Oluoch from FAO, so I'm not from GIZ, just to be super clear. I'll be the moderator later on, but I thought I'd just come in to, set the pace a little bit and then invite Bernard to make a few comments before we go into a bunch of presentations we have. We are, by my watch, we are 51 minutes behind schedule. So if you do the math, we'll have to chop literally everything, but we'll try and just stick to the main items so we don't have to rush through things. And we leave enough room at the end for the discussions. So with that, let me invite Bernard to make a few comments on behalf of GIZ, and I'll be back to take us on through the next sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wilfred. I hope you can hear me. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bernard Mugendi. I work as an advisor, a data economy advisor at the Digital Transformation Center, one of the flagship projects at GIZ. And just to prepare you for this session, I'd like to give you a scenario whereby over the holidays, I happened to interact with one of the farmers who are a beneficiary as a result of this project. And they told me that in the course of last year, they had over 20 sessions from different stakeholders coming and requesting data from them. And the purpose of this request was, to provide them with better services, to provide them with better products that they can essentially use or to improve their day-to-day lives. Now, if you are a single farmer and you have 20 or so different entities trying to reach out to you, trying to provide more or less a very similar service. Sorry? Trying to provide more or less the same services, then there's a problem. So then the question becomes, how do we set up a proper infrastructure that allows data sharing within the stakeholders gathered here today, so that we don't have to individually approach every entity, we don't have to keep repeating the same process that has been done over and over again. From the presentations, we've seen several platforms that are geared towards improving, working on soil, trying to build a soil health platform, or trying to essentially also even build a fertilizer optimizer. And so the question then becomes, how do we rely, or how do we set up a proper infrastructure, improve from where we are at today? Because Salim is going to come here in the next few minutes probably and share with us in terms of what is already existing. So this is meant to be a thought-provoking session whereby we look at what has been done before, what are the challenges in terms of the infrastructure that is existing, and how can we ensure that we as the stakeholders gathered here today are able to provide, Caro and the rest of the partners gathered here are proper, we're able to support them to build a proper decentralized infrastructure that allows sharing of data, whether it's from the private sector or even from the public sector as well. And then, so I think perhaps, and then later on, we're going to look at what has been done globally, because we know that it's possible. It's been done before in the West. It's been done in Europe. We're going to have a presentation from Fiwe Foundation, and they were going to, just give us a brief or a demo in terms of how they are using the infrastructure to also support part of the ecosystem in those countries. Then later on, we're going to have a very interesting panel whereby you're going to look at the local ecosystem and how, and just listen to the local experts share with us a joint vision. Tell us what has been happening really on the ground. Why is this really possible? Perhaps sometimes we come and share so many presentations, but at the end of the day, perhaps it's not even feasible. So we're going to have a very interesting conversation on that as well. And then lastly, we have a representative from the Office of the Data Commissioner, who is also going to share with us the protocols, even as we're thinking of, setting up a decentralized infrastructure that allows us to share data. What are the protocols? What are the data safeguards that we need to, that we need to uphold? Seeing it with that we already have a data protection act or a data protection law, and just giving more insights in terms of what we need to do to comply. Are we really compliant? What do we need to think of, even as we are kickstarting this conversation at this very stage? So I hope that's going to be a very engaging conversation, and I hope that you will stick until the very end. Happy to share more during and after the session. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you, Bernard, very much. So ladies and gentlemen, I guess you buckle up your seats now. We want to begin. We have quite a bit on our plate for this afternoon. If I just give you a quick rundown, we will have a couple of presentations, starting with Salim, who will lay the foundation for us in terms of what's happening at Calro. We need to know what's there. And then we'll have a few demos, and we also then will invite the Data Protection Commissioner's representative to talk to us about this important subject of the act that's in force right now, and what the provisions of that act are, so that we're aware of what we need to be taking into consideration as we talk about sharing data. And she is here, and she will, a representative is here, and they will speak to us about that. And then we'll have a plenary session towards the end. But before that, we'll have the panel, which is why the seats are here. And we will be able to discuss a few important issues in that panel, and then give the audience a chance to ask questions, relevant questions as we go forward. So without much ado, let me invite Salim to come back on stage and present to us what exists at CalDRO to set a good foundation for our discussion later on. So Salim, over to you.
Thank you, Wilfred. I have one request, Wilfred. I can see members are like dozing. Maybe you can request them to stand up, maybe do some warm up, but don't take my time.
Actually, I forgot to mention something just before lunch. What we normally do when we have meetings with government is we ask people to eat like rabbits so that you come back and you are fully energized. So you don't eat all the heavy stuff that requires all your energy now. So maybe just stretch out. And then do any other stretching you feel is appropriate. That will not require us to call first aid here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At least it has helped, right? Okay, let's get seated. So I will pick it up from where I had talked in the morning about the already existing initiatives that the public sector or us from the government, we had already made as a strive towards to ensure that we are going to achieve precision farming for this country. And we want to achieve precision farming, not as a fragmented or as a small portion of administrative area, but we want to see how best we can move with the entire farming population. So in the morning, we talked about 6.4 million farmer data being registered. So those are the targets that we are looking for, ensuring that we move with all the 6.4 million farmers to ensure that they will be able to give them some targeted intervention at farmer level. So this journey started sometimes way back. And by then, the think mind or the ideation around it was to suit the CalDRO need. So by then we were looking at this roadmap into 3 stages or 3 categories, whereby we were looking at this journey by first having just an infrastructure that will be able to cater for the CalDRO demands and the CalDRO need in terms of ICT infrastructure. So we had only 3 levels, and the first level was just the infrastructural layer. And then now the second level by then was just the data and the data analytics layer. And then of course, now the third level was the application layer. But because of the demand, and now we were looking at scaling this initiative, not only to cater for the CalDRO needs, but to cater for the entire ag sector needs, and as a whole, to cater for the entire need for the government of Kenya. So we had to scale the infrastructural layer from 3 layers now to 5 layers. And here again, we had now to come up with some good foundational design at the infrastructural level. So it is at this layer whereby now we were looking to have a combined hybrid infrastructure that can accommodate the already existing investment that was on premises, and now combine it with other investment or other infrastructural investment that are cloud-based. So we invested heavily on high-performance computing servers. And of course, with these servers, we also included other additional server for unified communication system. And of course, with lots of storage resources to ensure that we have enough space to accommodate all this massive data that will be trickling in at different magnitude and also from different sources. And some of this data is coming in on real-time basis. And again, as we were looking at this, we could not leave security. Security in terms of securing the infrastructure with some next generation security technology. And then now we worked on the second layer. And at the second layer, we scale it to a bigger size enough that it can accommodate first the already existing legacy data sets. And we were looking at the data sets that existed from, for those who are familiar about CALRO, the former CARI Research Institute, the Tea Research Institute, the Coffee, the Sugar Research Institute, and of course now the data, the legacy data from the parent ministry, the Ministry of Agriculture. So we put all this data into what we call now a data warehouse, despite the structure of the data is. But again, we started now formatting this data and packaging this data into what we call data mats. So the data mats basically is just a complete set of, or a data sets that can define a specific domain area. So we grouped this into, of course, the agronomic data, what now CALRO could package in terms of technology, innovation, management practices. Basically, these are more of good agricultural practices. So we store that data as a complete data set on its own. And then now we aggregated the legacy data on soil and fertilizer rates, types, soil types. Basically, this came from one of the CALRO center called Kabete that do a lot of data on soil or collect a lot of data on soil, despite the gaps that the data has, but we still need to maintain it safely. And then now we see how better we can address the data gaps. Of course, we went ahead and aggregate other data sets from other sources, including the Regional Center for Mapping. We went ahead and tried to bring in some new data sets, also weather data sets in partnership with Kenya Meteorological Department. And I'm glad they are here. Tomorrow they're going to do a presentation on some of the models for weather forecasting. So we restarted to collect or to ingest data from 154 automated weather stations. And this data is coming in real time from the ground. And then, of course, now we bold that one with satellite-based weather data. Then, of course, through the former project, we were able to collect market data from 335 markets across the country. And the journey still continues. We are now starting to ingest financial data from all the agricultural cooperative through a partner called Amtech. So we are working close to ensure that now this data layer can scale further, bring in new data sets, bring in all the legacy data sets, and then now we introduce this other layer, the middleware layer. And the reason for this middleware layer was to ensure and take care of all the protocols that can come along with issues with access, data sharing, and of course, issues to deal with data ownership and all the regulation. So we introduced this layer as part of scaling to ensure now we are ready to work with all the stakeholders and partners within the ag sector and also ensure that we will be abiding all the data ownership rights and policies. So at this layer, of course, we defined enough protocol for communication, sharing, and access. So it is at this layer where we have categories for open access, categories for restricted access, and of course, on top of it, we built other data sharing exchange technology like the API, application programming interface, whereby if we can have a partner who has more of like an ICT infrastructure and willing to have a seamless end-to-end integration with our data, then we should be able to accommodate that. Of course, we brought FarmStack data sharing protocol from Digital Green, and I've seen Digital Green representatives from here. So we have embraced this. And then now, maybe to move quickly, then now we introduce the analytics layer. And it is here whereby we are now looking at advanced technologies to ensure that we'll be able to analyze, correctly use modern data techniques to analyze, manipulate all these massive data sets to inform some sort of, or to identify the trends within the data itself. And then, of course, finally, that's where we have now the application layer. This is the user layer. This is where we are talking about the different interfaces that can now communicate and present the products and services that are coming out from this data. Move next. So from a glance, this is the architectural framework for the Ministry of Agriculture big data. It is purely a three-layered data warehouse approach, ranging from data sourcing, whereby we ingest data that is coming in from the internal organization, and also data that is coming in out from outside the organization. And of course, now that we have these massive resources, and we know the other partners, more so from the public sector, are striving to ensure that they can digitize their business processes. So we also do like an infrastructure as a service for free of charge, after all, to all the agricultural stakeholder, more so from the public sector perspective. And then, of course, now we have the warehousing itself, whereby now we prepare this data, we piped this data, and now we form the data mats. Then, of course, now we present this data by now trying to come up with some advanced techniques to mine the data, to query the data, and of course, now present it to different stakeholders. So I'll be moving fast. So with the infrastructure, this is the same infrastructure that we intend now to add in to bring in the soil health and soil fertility platform. But we also want to see how we can leverage on it more so on the existing legacy data before we bring in the new data, and some of the gaps that already exist with this data investment. So I think when we focused specifically on the soil health and soil data, we have some gaps there, and it has been discussed even since morning, that most of this data is, of course, fragmented, collected from different sources, and we can all guess what will this mean. It will not be complete enough to be able to give a complete, or the knowledge base is not complete to give a local recommendation that can inform any insightful advice to the farmer. So we need to fill in and make this data complete. Then, of course, the collection method. Different stakeholders use different collection method and preparing method. So there are some inconsistencies in this data with varying scales and also with different formats. Then, of course, critically, if this data is collected from different stakeholders or institutions, there is, of course, the fear for data ownership and privacy, and this contributes making this stakeholder not willing to clearly or to share this data with other for use and reuse in any agricultural interventions. Then what we're also going to discuss as an outcome of this workshop is how best can we come up with a policy regulation framework that will be able now to promote data sharing, data access into what now we are coming with, the decentralized data infrastructure. We have talked about this in the morning. On the decentralized data infrastructure, we want you to maintain ownership of your data. We have our data, but we can commonly agree on some ways on how this data can benefit the end users in the last mile, which are more basically the farmers and the policymakers. And then, of course, other challenges that exist, I've talked about this in the morning, is this new discipline on data science, data analytic, data visualization. As from the government sector, we are really struggling to cope up with that because, number one, I don't want to say this, but the remuneration that we pay to the staff is not attractive enough to attract these people with special talents. And if we can attract them, maintaining them is a challenge. They will always disappear to go for a greener pasture. It's a reality that we need to speak. So we are trying to see how best through this partnership we'll be able to support CalRO more so in data analytics, getting some data insight, making meanings from data using the modern techniques. And then, of course, initiatives to ensure that we can have sustainability to this whole initiative, also the platform. Move on. I've skipped one slide. Okay, so maybe Wilfred, to finish with this, we have some areas that we think through this forum, we should be able to jointly address them and come up with a solution. And the first one is, of course, it's the obvious one. If we can standardize the data collection methods and formats, and I'm happy that tomorrow we are going to have some presentation on different most soil data collection and method. Of course, with standardized formats to bring easy to come up with protocols for sharing. And then, of course, how are we going to break this barrier of data ownership and data control if we want to move forward? Because despite we will be collecting the data, at the end of the day, this data need to be used by all the stakeholders, despite who owns that data. And then, of course, we need to address the issue of the human capacity. I think without proper human capacity skills, we will not be able to sustain this good initiative. And lastly, government is taking the lead into this. So we need to agree on how we can boost the internal capacity for the Ministry of Agriculture and all the other government sector if we want to have a sustainable soil and soil fertility platform. So I think I'll stop there. That's my time. Thank you.
So thank you, Salim, very much. Actually, I'm just wondering, this one or this one? I guess we'll find out. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's been a good explanation of what's there. I did see some eyes, trying to figure out how those arrows were moving on the charts. I don't know if anybody can remember how many levels there were at the lower one, which had all those data marks. But it was quite a diagram. So special prize for anybody who can draw that diagram without making reference to it. But in short, I think what Salim is telling us is if you want it done, they can do it for you. They've got the infrastructure to do it for you. And so it will be an interesting afternoon when Salim comes up here and we get to ask him questions about what's available and what we can do together. But just before that, we have a few more presentations to get on with. There are a couple of presentations which will be done online. So I'm going to invite, without taking too much time, I believe it's a team from Gaia X, and he will introduce himself and make a presentation. Let's try and keep it really to the point so that we can recoup some of the time we have lost. So over to you, Gaia X. Go ahead, please. Andrea? I believe he was online. Do we still have him, or he's dropped off?
Oh, thank you. Sorry, and there was an issue with getting access to the microphone. So, hi everyone. It is a pleasure to have the opportunity to speak to all of you. My name is Andrea Battaglia, and I am the CEO of the Fiverr Foundation. So actually, this pitch and presentation is not about Gaia X, it's about the Fiverr Foundation. I will quickly try to share my screen if possible. Well, it's time for technical issues, sounds like. So let me give you a quick overview of what the Fiverr Foundation is and how that has value and adds value to your technical and business challenges. The Fiverr Foundation is born from a project incubated by the European Commission. So that's why I feel free to share that the mission of the Fiverr Foundation is to build sustainable ecosystems. And the additional value added is that we work on completely open source projects. So everything you get contributing and cooperating with the Fiverr Foundation is open source. And the main goal is to build sustainability from a human being perspective and an operational perspective. Fiverr is also very, very active in the public sector. The goal is to spread worldwide contribution and the de facto standards that Fiverr continuously builds and develops. And I'm also happy to share with you that we are indeed very well positioned in Europe, but we've got also strong collaboration with Africa, Latin America, and Asia. North America is a bit of a different area, but of course we are expanding in that region as well. I mentioned the de facto standards. Now, de facto standards and the ability to scale, replicate, reuse, secure are crucial. Crucial in each and every project, but most importantly for public sector, because that reduces the cost, drops down the risks, and reapplies successes that have been already achieved in different areas. Fiverr, of course, leverages both the de facto standards and the open source software it produces to have a strong impact in several spaces, all domains. Think of industry 4.0, 5.0, logistics and transportation, energy and utilities, smart cities, agri-food and water. Last but not least, Fiverr is also cooperating with other non-profit association within the European Commission, and is the main stakeholder for the European Data Spaces Program, which is all about how to model, share, and contribute to data. Of course, always leveraging the open source model. Why should Fiverr be able, or how is Fiverr able to add value to your community, and how are we able to support you in solving your business and technical challenges? Fiverr is not just the non-for-profit association itself. Fiverr is a very large and extended network. You can call it networking, you can call it ecosystem. It's all about cooperation and mutual contribution, which means we can definitely bring to you the skills and the expertise that help you building the value. We can share with you the success that our ecosystem has already achieved in different sectors. So fiber programs are, of course, related to its members of different size, different type, technology vendors, technology providers, solution providers, system integrators, but also we have special entities within our ecosystem, the fiber accelerators, the startups and companies working on the emerging technologies. We have something special we call the fiber iHubs. So our let's put it in a nice, in a funny way, our tentacles in the different territories. How that's the fiber iHubs is the way we involve local technical and business communities in our POCing, in our projects, in what we do, and also in our strong support to our ecosystem to build also IP. And last but not least, the fiber labs, where R&D projects and innovation is researched. With this, I kindly encourage you to reach out to us if you're interested. Fiber.org is the website. Again, my name is Andrea Battaglia, CEO of the Fiber Foundation. And I'm happy now to introduce to you our members from the fiber ecosystem. We will start with a pitch from Pierre Massal from Atos. Pierre, are you online?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Over to you, Pierre, and thanks
screen.
everyone.
Hello, everyone. Taking few minutes. So I'm part of the board of director of the Fiber Foundation since a while now. Just to emphasize a little bit the words of Andrea, the Fiber Foundation is very powerful in terms of interoperability. That's where they put all their effort, of course, based on open source. But they have been able to work with a large ecosystem that encompass lots of international recognized normalization bodies such as ETSI, TM Forum, and many others. They have been able to create de facto standard data models. And when I heard the previous gentleman talking about the difficulty of mixing data coming from heterogeneous sources of data, it is solved thanks to that kind of solution. And well, just to emphasize the fact that data models, standard data models, are key when you want to address such complex domain than smart agriculture and moreover smart city. We have been able to use those different assets provided by the Fiber Foundation in different projects. For instance, I can mention that we are currently discussing with the Senegal government and GIZ within a project which is called data economy, where the aim is to create two data space similar to what has been done so far in Europe with the creation of data markets dedicated to agriculture and tourism. So we are on track, working all together with the local and global ecosystem to try to build those data space from which we strongly believe that it will create and develop the economy of the country. The approach we are following and pushing for is, of course, to reuse existing tools that has been proven in other international projects, and all those tools are following the 5W Foundation guidelines. So once again, putting the highlight of on the interest of such capabilities. We are also starting another project with the Moroccan government, the Ministry of Agriculture, where we aim to deploy a similar infrastructure than the one you have developed for Kenya, based once again on the 5W Foundation recommendation and standards. And at last, I can mention that we have developed for the Madagascar government, the Ministry of Agriculture, the same infrastructure in the domain of agriculture, where we have been able to collect many type of data, homogenize those different data within the standard data models, and create value based on those different data, whether we are talking about giving the tools, the appropriate tools to the government to manage the strategy linked to agriculture, or of course serving directly the farmers by providing new services that will increase their revenue, their production. And for this, within our ecosystem, we have include some external capabilities. I have seen that you have run a project in Kenya in collaboration with CABI. CABI is one of our partners, and we provide with them new services to the farmers. And I will hand over to Andrea to speak about other experience using the 5W Foundation tools. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, sorry to interject. Andrea, you have about 3 minutes left, please.
Yes, I will be very quick. Thank you, and thank you to all of you for giving us the floor to present our ecosystem. And I hope that you can see our slides, but I'm Andrea Cruciani, and I'm part of the board of director as well of 5W, and I'm also the chairman of the Smart Agri-Food Committee, and the owner and the CEO of a couple of companies part of the ecosystem. The idea is to create inside 5W also some competence centers like the Smart Agri-Food Committee, to have international players that share their view of the need of the sector, the vertical domain sector. And in the case of the Smart Agri-Food domain, we have a dozen of companies from our ecosystem that are sharing the experience and the needs, and creating a common ground for managing agri-tech and agri-food solutions. And it's important to view also the philosophy of 5W. We want to connect as a system of system all the scenarios that can cover the value chain of the agri-food, and we have this component that can enable the connection. And I don't want to repeat what my colleagues has already said. And I'm here also to present a couple of success stories. One is a vertical domain application. It's a complete open source solution that is now made by 5W partners, and is called Agro Weather Gateway. The need of government, regions, but also association of farmers, but at a wider level of the agri-food sector, is to connect different sensors. And the problem is the lock-in of each sensor with a specific dashboard, or you need to have a third-party solution that can collect data from different vendors. We have on the shelf this solution that is called Agri Weather Gateway, that thanks to the data models of 5W, the Orion context broker, or the context broker in general of 5W, we can use to connect different vendors and provide a single interface that is used by the association, by the government, by the regions, but also at the same time by the farmers to have information about the weather. And we can also run on these models and the analytics on the agri-weather data to run models, for example, for forecasting the phenological studies and so on. The second, this is an initiative by some subject. One is fiber as well. The second is agriculture. The other is IOF 2020, that is a former European project on big data for agriculture, one of the biggest European projects, more than 30 million project. And the second solution that I will go very quickly is one of the solution that we run with one of our companies is Agriculus. Agriculus runs as a commercial product, but it's connected to this infrastructure, so can access and deliver data to the fiber infrastructure and can use this infrastructure to communicate with third-party solution as part of the system of system approach. And it's a solution that connect different module from forecast model and satellite data, tractor interface, and so on, and has been developed with the machine learning and other technologies. And I want to go very deep in this. Just to share you some number, is already available in 82 countries. A lot of African countries are already using this solution. It's translated in 8 languages. There is a free application that can be used by everyone, and we are very active also in international project funding. I wish to thank you, and I hope that we will have the opportunity to share our vision with fiber to create standards for the agri-food sector together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, we are making slow but sure progress. I hope we're not PowerPointing you to death. You know, there are quite a few presentations coming up, and we still have one more to make before we actually, well, actually 2 more before we go into the panel, which will be a conversation. So in the interest of time, first of all, let me just ask, I guess the recording will be available and shared afterwards, so people can go to the sections they're interested in. And then also, I guess the presentation and any other assets will be made available as well. Yeah, so I think that keeps us safe. So without wasting any more time, ladies and gentlemen, let's have another presentation from Remy. I believe the presentation is on a use case in Morocco and Uruguay. If you're online, please go ahead. You have 15 minutes at most.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. So good afternoon, everybody. So cheers from Rabat, Morocco. My name is Remy Trier from the World Bank. I will try to share my screen and share with you some 2 experience. Can you see the screen? I hope so. Yeah, great. So the purpose of my very short presentation is to share with you 2 experiences of very different countries, Uruguay in South America and Morocco in North Africa. So in the sense of showing the use of digital platforms or use case to respond and to support sustainable soil management and national policies. So let's go to Uruguay. So Uruguay is a small country of South America, close to Argentina and Brazil. It's small, but the lion's shares of the export of the countries come from agriculture, livestock, and wood production. So the country has been historically very concerned with the soil conservation. So it started in 1981 with the first law, but it's since 2014 that they enforce a new policy called the Soil Management Plan, the SMP, where all the farmers producing crop in cropland, especially in soybean production, needs to develop a soil management plan on a digital platform. And this plan needs to be certified by an agronomist. And in the plan, basically, to summarize, they need to explain what will be the land use of each plot, each parcel for the next 5 years with the crop rotation. The main purpose of the plan is to avoid erosion, especially due to monocropping of soybeans. As you can see on the map on the right side, the red areas or the pink areas, where are the part of the country with a high or moderate risk of erosion. And since the beginning of 2000, with a lot of investment from foreigners, especially from Argentina, the area under soybean increased a lot, and the people, the farmer from Argentina, were basically renting the land, so they were not so much concerned with the long-term sustainability of the soil preservation. So the country took this position of enforcing this new soil management plan. And so it's a digital platform, and the plan is approved if they are using the universal soil loss equation, and the plan should be below a certain amount of value for each type of soil. If it's not below the value, it's not approved. So the use case I want to present is part of a bigger platform, which it's called the National Information System for Agriculture. It's SNIA in Spanish. So it was supported by the World Bank project to develop the main platform. And one of the use case of this platform is to monitor the implementation of the national policy, the one on sustainable soil management. So one of the use case of the SNIA is dedicated to verify the compliance of each of the plan. So it's done through remote sensing. Basically, the system will check that the crop in place every year it's compliant with the plan, and if not, there is an alert to the staff of Ministry of Agriculture, and then they can go on the field to double check if the plan is not compliant on the ground. So the system has been on the ground for almost 10 years now, and the average of plan non-compliant is 10%. Now it's enforced basically on 100% of what they call the cropland, basically the soybean production. So it's 1.5 million hectares, basically. And the next phase of implementation of the same strategy is for the dairy production and then irrigated production, because the soybean is basically rain-fed. So it's a quite interesting tool, and it's enforced since 2014. So the second experience I want to share, it's a different stage of progress. It's a pilot, and also a different purpose. So the purpose for Morocco has a national target in the Green Generation Strategy is to convert 1 million hectares of rain-fed cereal production from conventional tillage to no tillage production. So with a double purpose of soil protection, but also the better resilience to erratic rainfall. The rainfall are decreasing in North Africa and are now very erratic. So no tillage, it's also a way to cope with the erratic rainfall. So this 1 million hectare to monitor on the ground could be very expensive if it's done only with field visit. So that's why ICARDA, a private company, and with the support of the World Bank, is developing a tool. It's still a pilot tool to automatically identify no-tillage plots. Because it's important for the country, because there is subsidies attached to the no-tillage plots. And maybe in the future, we could imagine that the country will be able to get emission reduction subsidies also. So it's important to have a system to monitor the conversion of the system to no-tillage, but not only 1 year, but in a permanent transition. So it's still a pilot, as I mentioned before. The first trial was on 10,000 hectares last year, and this year we're going to do 30,000. And this is combining two methods, the normalized difference tillage index, basically working with radar images. This is the first images, and also deep learning, deep learning with Sentinel-2. So the pilot was done last year, and we are going to reproduce this year. So what is interesting is that with both, the combination of both methods, including the deep learning, the accuracy of automatic identification of the parcel is very high. It's a bit above 80%. So it's quite promising for the government to use this tool when the program is going to expand. Today we have around less than 100,000 hectares of no-tillage, so it's still feasible to monitor on the ground, but you can imagine if we go towards 1 million, it will be very more cost effective to use this kind of tools. So this is the end of my presentation. So I wanted to share these two examples, very different tools responding to specific needs, and also two different stages of progress. One is 10 years, and the other it's still under development with machine learning. Okay, I can stop here. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Remy. In fact, you've done 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes, which is excellent. So thank you very much for that. And colleagues, I would urge you to get a hold of the presentation when it's shared, and get in touch with Remy and ask all the relevant questions. So, ladies and gentlemen, our objective was to finish before 5 o'clock. Yep. We are significantly behind schedule, but our goal is still to finish before or at 5 o'clock. I would like to ask for your indulgence that rather than us take the 30-minute or 20-minute tea break that was scheduled for later on, if you could just take perhaps 5 or 10 minutes, 5 minutes, go outside, get whatever it is you're taking for your refreshment, go into the little room if you need to, be back here so that then we can have the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner present this very important topic of what you need to be aware of so that you don't find yourself behind a dock. And then we'll have the panel and we'll aim to close before or at 5 p.m. Is that okay, ladies and gentlemen? Yep. So to just get your energy levels up. You really need to be up at your best when the Data Protection Commission is having her presentation done here. So ladies and gentlemen, we take 10 minutes max. So by my watch, it's 3:45. So 5 minutes before 4, we start with the Data Protection Commissioner and go straight into the panel. See you in 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And if you're online, get yourself whatever is near you there. And as you go out, ladies and gentlemen, I'm told there is a cocktail. Did you hear that? There is a cocktail at the end of the day. So if you're thinking of burning your fuel on the road, you can burn something else here. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to continue. If you could please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll start now. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats so we can start and not be late for the cocktail. So as we said just before we went for our refreshments, we are very honored today to have a representative from the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, who is here to speak with us about the provisions of the Data Protection Act of 2019, which we are all subject to. And without much ado, let me invite Caroline Macharia to take us through her presentation. And then she'll also be around later for questions and answers. So Caroline, go ahead, please.
All right, good evening. It's working, great. All right, my name is Caroline Macharia. I'm from the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. I'm a Principal Inspection and Compliance Officer in the Compliance Department. To start with, I'll say thank you for this opportunity. It's a brief presentation and it will just highlight what you need to be aware of in terms of your obligations as data controllers and processors. We'll also briefly touch on the rights of data subjects. So for the legal framework of data protection in our country, we have the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which guarantees every Kenyan citizen the right to privacy, specifically Article 31, which states that every person has the right to privacy, which includes the right not to have information relating to their family or private affairs unnecessarily required or revealed, or the privacy of their communications infringed on. Then there's Article 35, 2, which ensures the right of every person to the correction or deletion of untrue or misleading information. Then the next slide, we look at the legal framework, which is the Data Protection Act of 2019, which was supposed to give effect to Article 31C(d) of the Constitution, and also establish the Office of the Commissioner, which is in place and headed by a Data Commissioner, Madam Immaculate Kasait. It's supposed to regulate the processing of personal data, and personal data in this case is data relating to an individual, a living individual, and provide for the rights of data subjects and also specify obligations for data controllers and data processors. For the mandate of the office, we regulate the processing of personal data. We ensure that processing is carried out according to principles set out in Section 25 of the Act, which we'll look at in a few. And then we receive and investigate complaints by any person on infringements of the rights under the Act. So data subjects do lodge complaints to the office. And then we protect the privacy of individuals. We establish a legal and institutional mechanism to protect personal data and provide data subjects with rights and remedies to protect their personal data from processing that's not in accordance with the Acts. So far we have 4 sets of regulations, and one of them is the Data Protection General Regulations. We also have one on complaints handling and enforcement procedure. There's registration of data controllers and data processors. And lastly, there's one that governs the processing of civil registration entities. So to give a few definitions, we've heard of data controller, and according to the law, who is this data controller? It's a national or legal person, a public authority agency or other body which alone or jointly determines the purpose and means of processing personal data. So if, for example, it's the Ministry of Agriculture, and we look at an exercise for registering farmers, they're the ones who are defining the reason why they're collecting that data. They'll also define the means which that data will be collected, which makes them a data controller. Same case with an entity that has employees. In that regard, because they're collecting employee data, maybe for payroll information, that makes them a data controller. A data controller may involve a third party to process that data on their behalf. And that third party, they'd have to have a contractual relationship that governs their processing. So that's the person we call a data processor. So those are the key definitions, and the data subject is you and I. So the individuals that the data is about. Critical is the principles of data protection. They're in section 25 of the Act. And the first one is lawfulness as a principle. So there it looks like 3 in 1: lawfulness, fairness, and transparency. But if we look at lawfulness as a principle, you need to have a lawful basis for processing personal data. So you can't just start processing personal data without a lawful basis. Some of the lawful basis that you'd rely on, one of them would be consent. And consent is you inform an individual the reason why you're collecting the personal data, the processing that you'll be doing, and they agree. They have to be fully informed, and a manifestation of agreeing to their data being processed should be free and fully informed. And then there's performance of a contract. For example, in a situation where it's with your employees, you're in a contract with them. There's a legal obligation for public bodies. You have acts that give you the right to collect personal data or process it for a certain legal obligation. Vital interest of a data subject, where you're looking at a situation where a data subject may be in a position not to agree to their data being processed. For example, in an emergency situation, but you need to process the personal data for their interest. Public interest, there's public authority, there's legitimate interest that would be pursued by the entities processing personal data. Also to know that you should do a test so that as you're pursuing legitimate interests as a lawful basis, you ensure that you're taking care of the rights and freedoms of individuals. And lastly, we have a lawful basis of historical, scientific, and research. So to go back to the other principles, we have fairness. Ensure that in your processing, you do not infringe on the rights of individuals. You're transparent in that you're informing them the reason why you're collecting data. And this can be achieved through privacy statements or data protection policies. And then there's purpose limitation. If you're collecting for purpose X, you cannot use that personal data for any other purpose unless the data subject is made aware of the new purpose and they agree to it. Then there is data minimization, only collect what you need, not more than that. And then accuracy and accountability. With accuracy, ensure that the data you're holding is always accurate. If at all there are changes to it, then a data subject has a right for that data to be corrected. Accountability, you have to demonstrate that you are able to comply with the various provisions of the Act. Then there's the storage limitation, means that you store data for the period that you need it for. After that, you should find ways of destroying that data or storing it in a way that is no longer identifiable. Integrity and confidentiality. Confidentiality, you want to ensure that only authorized individuals are getting access to this data. Integrity, ensure that the data is whole and complete. So we looked at the lawful basis, which is key. Before you start processing, ensure you have a lawful basis. So quickly we'll go through your obligations as data controllers and data processors. One of them is registration. As an office, we are supposed to maintain a register of all data controllers and processors. So the first obligations, one is you register with the office. We need to know who you are, what kind of data you're collecting, whether you're a data controller or a data processor. Then there's data protection by design or default. The short time I've been here, I've had you're developing innovative solutions to solve the challenges in the agricultural sector. Just ensure that the solutions you're designing at the onset, first of all, they are able to adhere to the principles of data protections that we've just looked at, that you have necessary safeguards to protect that personal data in your possession, be it technical or organizational. And then you have an obligation of carrying out data protection impact assessment, and a DPIA or data protection impact assessment are supposed to be done where the processing you're going to do would result in high risk to the rights and freedoms of individuals. So you are supposed to prepare a data protection impact assessment. We've provided guidance on how to go about that. You should submit it to the office 60 days prior to the commencement of your processing. And then we'll consult with you to see if you've identified the risk and put up measures to mitigate those risks. And then you need to ensure that you have retention schedules in place. So with retention schedules, out of the principle of storage limitation, it means that you cannot store data in perpetuity. So you need to know that I'm storing this data for a specific reason and for a specific amount of time. After that, I need to have destruction mechanisms in place to destroy that data. And then there's data protection policy. This will help you with transparency because this is what you'll use to communicate to the data subject why you're collecting that data, the measures that you're going to put in place to protect that data, their rights as data subjects in regard to that data, if they have any complaint, how they can be able to reach you. And then there's obligations of data processors. These are the entities that you as controllers will engage. First, they need to seek authorization from you when they are engaging third parties. So the relationship where you have third parties that you're working with to process that data, first you have to inform the controller because the controller is ultimately responsible for the data with the data subject, the data from the data subject. And then you should enter into contracts with the third parties. So I wanted to show you this bit because it's critical. I've had a lot of innovative solutions being discussed here. So the regulations, the general regulations have specified areas that are deemed high risk. And in these high risk areas, it means that you need to conduct a data protection impact assessment. So one of them is automated decision making with legal or similar significant effect, or use of personal data on a large scale for a different purpose. Processing of biometric or genetic data. This is what we consider sensitive personal data. If there is going to be any change in the processing that would result in higher risk to the data subjects. And then if you're combining, linking, or cross-referencing separate data sets, I've heard of you centralizing your processes or data collection. And then large-scale processing of personal data, systematic monitoring of publicly accessible areas, innovative use or application of new technologies and processing that would prevent data subjects from exercising their rights. And then there's a requirement on data localization, and this is not applicable to all controllers and processors, but there are sectors that are considered strategic interest for a country. And for those areas, it means that they'd either have to process the personal data through a server located here or have a full serving copy of that data stored here. So the primary processing could be in another jurisdiction, but they need to have a full serving copy of the personal data stored locally. So some of the entities that would be considered for strategic interest is administration of a civil registration or legal identity management. If you're facilitating the conduct of elections, if you're overseeing any system for administering public finances or any state organs, running any system designated as protected computer system under the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act, or you're offering any form of early childhood education. Why I'm unable to move to the next slide. Maybe wait for me. Is that the next slide? Yes, okay, so let's look at the rights of a data subject. So they have a right to be informed, and you said you can achieve this through your privacy statement or data protection policies. They have right to access personal data, so the data that you'll hold about them, they have right to access it. And it's important to know that the first two are absolute rights. And for you, the advice would be to ensure you have a mechanism that if data subjects are trying to exercise their rights, they know how to get in touch with you. You need to train your employees to know that there's a likelihood that we'll get this request, and this is how we'd handle them. Then there's the right to correction, right to deletion. They have a right to not be subjected to automated decision making. They have a right to data portability and right to erasure. Next slide, please. Yeah, and then there are consequences for non-compliance. So if you do not comply with the provisions of the Act, we do issue enforcement notices. And if at all we issue an enforcement notice and you're unable to comply with, you do not comply with them, we go ahead and issue a penalty notice. And it means that we are going to impose a daily fine of not more than 10,000 shillings for each penalty identified until the breach is rectified. But besides the monetary aspect, there is the issue of your reputational damage, which could mean for some of you in the room, you might be out of business for mishandling people's personal data. And then in terms of the way forward, I would say appreciate the obligations under the Data Protection Act of 2019, adopt practices that take into account the principles. They are the building blocks of data protection. Ensure that you're complying with the rights of data subjects and safeguards under the Data Protection Act of 2019. Conduct data protection impact assessment for your high-risk processing activities. Document any data breach and mitigation taken. And to mention that breaches should be reported to the commissioner 72 hours of you becoming aware that a breach took place. And then collaborate with ODPC and consult. We are open. We do issue advisories to government, to private sector. If at all there is a need for training, you can write to us requesting for training. And we are a friendly regulator. We are open to engaging with the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Caroline. That's certainly a very exciting topic that we would have. In fact, I think it's one of the sessions I saw people not wanting it to end. From the look on your faces, you wanted more and more of it, but all things that start have to have an end. But as she said, I want to just tie in some of the things she has mentioned to this event. As FAO, we're trying to organize a series of trainings and engagements with the Data Protection Commissioner. So we could all collaborate in that spirit, and they are available. They have a curriculum that we could have sessions for the rest of the year where they could actually take all of us through the Act, the provisions in more detail, and make sure that we're in compliance. As we get ready for the panel, I wanted just to point out a few key things that were there. She mentioned the rights of the data subject. The Act itself is about 55 pages. I would encourage you to find it, read it. And one other thing I wanted to mention is actually, as a FAO and the ministry, when we were doing the farmer registration, we did actually receive a complaint. We actually did receive a complaint from one of the subjects, and it was filed with the commissioner, and we all had to show up and face the consequences. But luckily, the situation was not as bad as it was made to look, so we were able to resolve the situation amicably. But actually, we did receive a complaint, and the very high levels of all those organizations had to send people and hire lawyers to deal with the complaint. So it's something real, and it's closing down. The issue of data controllers and data processors. I just wanted to ask very quickly, is any organization here that is registered with the Data Protection Commissioner? That's Caldro and? Okay, and Caldro again. Anybody else? Nobody. So that's something to take into account. Then the principles that were highlighted there, confidentiality, storage limitation, and minimization of the data you need to collect. Very often what we've done in the sector is we administer these huge questionnaires on our data subjects. We don't need all the data, but we think all the data is nice to have. This Act is talking about that. You're collecting data that you don't need for your purpose, and there could be ramifications should that data fall in the wrong hands. The other thing that we've been grappling with is a data protection impact assessment. For those of you who remember Huduma number, this is the one thing that stopped Huduma number. So even as we go forward, the act was made active in November 2019, and gradually it's closing down on everything, which is why even this issue of examination results being accessible to anyone was dealt with. Again, it's related to the protection of citizens' rights. And how many of us have a data protection policy in-house? Show of hands. Yeah, again, a small minority. So the reason for having this presentation was just to highlight those issues. And finally, also one thing I wanted to mention was the issue of data localization, where we are provisioning servers wherever they might be, from Timbuktu to the North Pole, and we are sending our data there. Just be aware the Act requires certain citizen data that you're collecting to be, either copied here or in some instances geographically within the borders of Kenya. So Caroline, thank you very much for making time to present. We actually asked them to come at a very short notice. I hope it's been a useful teaser for you. The presentations will be available, and I will encourage all of us to read and familiarize ourselves with the Act. Now, it's 4:25, and we are still targeting to leave here with enough time to enjoy the cocktail. I'm sure most of you have changed your minds from getting home to being at the cocktail. If you haven't, you still have time. I would like to invite the panelists who are going to be part of this panel we want to have just now to come up. We have Brian, Charlene, and Bernard. And they all seem to be seated at the same place. So if you could all please come up. We have some very comfortable looking seats set up for you over here. And we want this to be a discussion. So if you like, you could turn your chair around. And Salim as well. Salim, I was just checking if you noticed I didn't call you. I'm getting back for you for the one you pulled on me earlier on. So ladies and gentlemen, as our panelists get seated, I wanted just to give a quick rundown as they warm up. What are some of the things that have been mentioned as we have been here? Just a quick review. In the morning, Vinay spoke about connecting research to practitioners. And this is something that will come out here. And he also talked about the power of collaboration. You want to see how this discussion takes us in that direction. Dr. Kamau also mentioned that we have a lot of data in KALRO, but how do we make this available? That was a question he sort of posed to us. Maria Agnes, you've mentioned several times that we have fragmented data on soil. It's like everywhere. We like to say sometimes data is everywhere, but not really anywhere. Yep. So let's see how that plays out here as well. And Vinay was very passionate about KALRO, obviously the investment they have made. And he said, everyone has invested in KALRO. Now we need to connect all the knowledge and all the data that exists there. So this discussion here is going to perhaps lay the first steps for us getting into that nirvana. And we have distinguished guests here on the panel. In the interest of time, I will just ask them to maybe introduce themselves. We'll start from that end and come this way. Just mention your name, your organization in case anybody's forgotten, and maybe a one or two liner on what your area of expertise is, and then we'll kick it off. Oh, they have mics. Wonderful.
Very good. Thank you, Wilfred. Good evening, everyone. My name is Brian Omwenga. I work at a startup called Think Tech Innovators Network, but I also double as a consultant. I consult quite a bit for government. I was involved in the design of the enterprise architecture of government and tried a rollout of that enterprise architecture in the health sector. I'm seeing a lot of stuff happening in the agricultural sector as well. So I'd be very happy to share what I know and also to learn quite a lot from you guys. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Charlene Migwe Kagume. I'm from an institution called Development Gateway. We're an international organization with hubs across the world. I lead our hub in Kenya that covers East and Southern Africa. Our work is data, supporting data ecosystems, so the full data value chain. So we design data projects, we build collaborative mechanisms around data, and we roll out digital tools that support governments for better decision making. The purpose of today, I will talk about a project that we've worked on closely with IFDC through the Africa Fertilizer, AFO. That's a platform on fertilizer data across 8 countries, supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. My name is Salim Kimimu. I'm the Director ICT at Calro, but I also double up by leading a number of digital initiatives, more so in the agricultural sector within the public sector perspective. Thank you.
Hello, I think it's good evening right now. Good evening once again. My name is Bernard Mugendi. I work as part of the Digital Transformation Center team at GIZ, more specifically on the Data Economy Flagship Project. And we focus on supporting initiatives towards creating a value-generating economy. Happy to talk about that later on in the session or in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our esteemed panel, for those introductions. I think we'll jump straight into it because we are very pressed for time, and we also do want to leave an opportunity for members to ask questions. So just to set the direction, we've been talking all morning about a decentralized data infrastructure and how we all need to work on a plan to realize that. I will start with Brian. And the question for you, Brian, is perhaps could you tell us, given that you've worked on a lot of government led blueprints for the sector, what would you say is your ideal vision for the thing we are striving for, this infrastructure that's decentralized? And maybe how does that tie into some of the work you've done, like for the National Digital Master Plan? Brian.
What happens is you hear the question and then you answer your own question, right? You generate your own question. So very briefly, what I'll say is, first and foremost, there has to be a complete understanding of the data value chain. And that data value chain starts from actually what Salim had said, from the point of collecting that data, transporting or analyzing or loading that data, storing that data, and the impact that data is going to have. So that drives quite a lot the issue of design, how you actually design this. But just to rewind quite a bit, because I think the existence of this solution has to be very sensitive to the context and very sensitive to the understanding. So it is very interesting that the data protection commissioner was represented here. So there are quite a number of moving parts, particularly on data governance, which I think Salim also mentioned. From previous analysis, there are about 23 different laws that just touch on data. But of course, from a lot of different perspectives. So you have to choose the laws that touch the data that relates to your project. So, there's even issues of just Access to Information Act. So that's also a data. And then there are also regulations. There are quite a number of regulations, but most of this relate to the financial sector. So there's the whole idea of what precisely is going on in what you would call the data economy in the country, and how precisely you should place your solution. So one of the things we know for sure is there are a lot of efforts in government to unify data. So that's happening, whether we like it or not. You've alluded to Huduma, sorry, Maisha. And that is a similar effort to just try and see how they can unify that data. Beyond that, I think there's also a few sector reforms that are happening. And within the sector reforms, also be very aware that that might affect the solution as you're envisioning. Some of the challenges that exist now might not exist post-reform. For instance, there could be a government CIO who might take ownership of all government data, for instance. How does that affect your project? There are other things. So for me, I think the real, we can have a lot of conversation, even about designs, even about architectures and everything. I think one of the most important things is to be very sensitive to context and have a good understanding of what's happening within the context. A good example for this is like what happened in the health sector. So the health sector also more or less had the same idea of creating a data warehouse. And all that became extremely accelerated because of COVID. And all of a sudden, I mean, together with COVID, of course, the health sector has one major donor that more or less pushes everything. So the unification of the conversation as well. But they were able to bring several siloed pieces of data from facilities to surveillance to KEMSA to all that into one warehouse. And they've been able to do something with that. So I think it's possible. The architectures are there. I think one of the biggest things I would look at is data exchange of warehousing it. So just looking at ways of knowing where the data is, knowing what format that data is in, how that data can be extracted and shared, and making sure that you become that platform where the data can easily be exchanged between the stakeholders. So I'll stop with that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brian. Obviously, the work you've done with government is showing there. One of the key things I'm taking there is being aware of how the context is shifting. And you did mention in our conversation we had that the government has several committees that are working on restructuring the ICT space. So we will also be aware of that, given that our primary partner is CalRO, and that's government. So as we move on, and we'll come back to you, Brian, with a few more questions. Let me go to Charlene. So that I don't skip a lady in the line. That would be bad behavior. With the work you've done with private-public partnerships, could you maybe comment on some of the considerations we need to take into our minds as we endeavor to bring this to fruition, given what Brian has said and the context that we're setting here of this shared data ecosystem, particularly for soil data?
Okay. So I keep saying I'm not an agronomist. Don't have strong agronomy experience. I'm a data and digital practitioner, but working in the space around livestock data, agriculture, fertilizer data, we've got to learn a lot about, as Brian has said, similarities across different data ecosystems. And with agriculture across the different value chains, there are very strong foundational data sets that already exist that would be of value to different use cases. So if you think about price data, trade data, etc., that is already being collected by institutions such as IFDC, how can it be cut across for different use cases? When we started the project, we found that there's usually an assumption that these public platforms will benefit government, full stop, or NGOs or development partners. What is in it for private sector? Would they be valuable? And the reason why was important for us as we started off was because private sector, as we started the project, the fertilizer data was in different silos, and private sector hold really important data sets. So an example of that is in Nigeria, where as private sector continued to grow its influence and impact in the sector there, looping them in was very important from the get-go. So one is, as you co-design this soil platform, what is in it for private sector? What is in it for all the stakeholders in the room as you co-design? And with that, many years later, we're finding private sector even funding IFDC themselves to collect additional data sets that are of value to them. So they become stakeholders in the project itself. Secondly, they even share the data. So we've seen agreements that we supported with and NDAs where private sector are able to share proprietary data, and that can be able to be used for the open databases that you're thinking of building. Secondly, with an example of Mozambique and Nigeria also, I think there's value in anonymity, as I mentioned, sorry, I mentioned that. The last one is a key valuable point is how do you set up sustainable mechanisms for validation of the data? So we've seen really great data platforms across different value chains, across different sectors such as health, robust, can have the best analytics, but is that data correct? So IFDC has done a really good job at setting up fertilizer technical working groups that brings together private sector, governments, development partners, anyone who's bringing in or dealing with trade data on fertilizer, being able to put them in a room, very technical meetings, goes line by line, looking at all the statistics and coming up with the most accurate apparent consumption that I saw the Fertilizer Association of Kenya present here today. So think beyond just really good, robust data systems, but do you have long-term solutions that are actionable, that are collaborative, that can ensure that the data that's going through all these systems are accurate and can be used at the end of the day? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Charlene. So let me just ask you a follow-up question, given your mentioning of private sector participation. What do you think would, first let me say, do you think private sector would be willing to share a lot of the data they have? And what would it take for this team to do so we have access to a lot of the very good private data that is out there? For example, Safaricom and other large corporates collect a lot of data. So are they willing, and what would we need to do to bring that data into this ecosystem?
Okay, I can't speak for Safaricom, but I shall speak generally from my experience in the fertilizer project. So we've seen fertilizer association groups play a really big role. So you have AMOFAT from Mozambique, for example, the different private sector institutions. I know Fertilizer Association of Kenya, they've been involved a lot in the FTWGs because at the end of the day, everyone needs accurate data. If you think about agriculture as a sector, food security is a key government issue, but it's also a very profitable area for a lot of private sector institutions. So I think my opinion would be from our experience. So one, co-design with private sector. I think there are key data gaps that we may not have seen that would be valuable to them. And number two, creating those sustainable ecosystems where they're engaged in the different conversations that adds value to them.
Thank you very much, Charlene. So we've heard from Brian, Charlene, we're seeing the story developing. I want to ask Salim now, as our hosts literally at Calro. Maybe you could just help the audience unpack the presentation you made. If you could just start off by maybe just giving an idea of what this team here could benefit from the infrastructure that you have and some of the initiatives you've already rolled out. And what do you think are the key areas that would need additional work to take this to the next level?
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think you have asked two questions in one. So the first one is, what will each and every stakeholder benefit from this infrastructure? I think for many, many years, we have tried to put together quite an immense data investment that we believe it's a bit unique on its own way, because we have leveraged on a number of factors that comes in, like some value propositions. First, for CALRO alone being a national premium research organization. So we have put together relevant information, first on like agronomic practices that has been done and collected in practice. All this information is there. Then now we have moved a step ahead and incorporated some of the data sets that we know a single entity or actor might not be able to contribute to that data on its own. So we have leveraged on the good relationship with many actors, bring all the actors together to ensure that we are able to achieve or acquire that data sets. For instance, like the farmer data sets, the market data sets. So now we already have this infrastructure. And I think now that we already have it, we don't need any other actor to go out in the field, try to spend any resources to acquire more of like similar data. So number one, all the stakeholders in this room, outside this room, that contributes towards the common agenda for transforming agriculture, they can leverage on these data sets at no cost for them, so long as, of course, we come to an agreement on the intention and intent for this data use. So one of the greatest benefits that the stakeholders can take home is, of course, plugging in an already existing environment that is comprehensive and immense enough from an end-to-end perspective that has completely all-round data about now the farming ecosystem. So you can imagine, like, I can give a case when we were doing the farmer registration. Initially, we were trying to consolidate different farmer data sets from the different actors. And we ended up arriving at around 5.5 million farmer records. So you could imagine any actor contributing, even if it's like 5,000 farmer records, he could now enjoy access to all these consolidated data, the 5.5 million farmer records. But of course, before you reach there, we have to evaluate on the need and purpose of that data. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Salim. We will come back to you in a bit. But before that, because we are adjusting our timelines, I do want to make sure that we have a chance for the audience to ask them questions. So let me go to Brian, and then we'll do a round of 3 questions, have them answer that, then repeat that. So Brian, now from the GIZ angle, today we've talked a lot about data sharing. The data commissioner is represented here. What would you say is your take on the mechanisms we need in place in terms of creating effective data sharing, even as we focus on soil as a use case and maybe scale that same experience into other things? Brian. Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Go for it.
That's the problem of having 2 Bs on the same bench. Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe Brian is my middle name, and I'm just finding out right here. But I think you ask a very interesting question in terms of data sharing and the protection and the governance aspect of it. I like how Salim has just put it, that we don't have to reinvent the wheel, that every person all organizations that are represented here at least can, perhaps with the right frameworks in place, enjoy what has already been done prior, so that then you can reinvest those funds in improving what is already existing. Based on the presentation that has been shared prior by the Office of the Data Commissioner, and from what we've heard over the panel, and just generally from the conversation today, we realize that the future is on data sharing. The concept of, holding on to your own data sets essentially is, it's an outdated concept, because we realize that there are so many more benefits, not just financially, but also to the ecosystem in itself, in terms of establishing a framework for sharing this data. One of the things that we did, or one of the things that we are doing as part of our project, is really on supporting the ecosystem in looking at what are the best practices that we have globally, and how can we reflect the same into the Kenyan context. And we do this by looking at policy and by focusing on what we refer to as data use cases. One of the things that we did initially is we worked very closely with the Ministry of ICT to develop the data governance framework. But as we have slowly come to learn, is that the policy element is dependent on the implementers of, or on the implementers of the people who are in office. So over time, what we've realized is, people change, there's a new government now, but it seemed like the conversation originally died down. Yet there is, a proper structure, or there's at least, a policy, or there's a framework that has been developed prior that at least tries or attempts to draw a picture of what is needed, from data sharing agreements to the protocols when setting up such an infrastructure, or even in the data collection stages. So this is part of what I'm saying, that we are focusing on, looking at the policy, looking at the challenges from a policy perspective, and looking in terms of how can we support our partners and the ecosystem in developing up-to-date standards. And then the second one is on developing use cases. And, the infrastructure, essentially the end goal, I think even from this workshop, is to see how can we develop, a fertilizer optimizer, how can we improve the overall conditions in terms of developing a platform that focuses on soil health, on soil fertility. So these are the eventual goals when looking at when even as we are talking about the infrastructure component, because there's like a level 1, and then there's like the eventual end goal. But for us to get to a stage whereby we are supporting, or we are developing use cases that really support the government, or even are of benefit to the farmer, we have to ensure that we have a proper infrastructure in place. And this is part of what now we are trying to see what has been done globally. Prior to the conversations that has been done, we know that infrastructure is sometimes can be quite expensive. And so we are trying to see how can we work together within the ecosystem. And just to touch on one last thing, is that at least part of what we are going to be focusing on in this this also new year is trying to look at the infrastructure, trying to look at how can we support the development of what we refer as infrastructure and bankable projects. We know that, for instance, to revamp, Salim will tell you, the investments that they have made at the infrastructure in Cairo, it's a lot of money. But how do you ensure that at least, you always, you keep revamping, or you set up the proper protocols, the proper frameworks in place? So with that, we are hoping to at least set up what we refer to as bankable projects, to look at, when we are talking about infrastructure in the ecosystem, not just in agriculture, but even in the other sectors as well, what can we do, or what can we develop bankable projects? Because the financiers in the room will tell you the biggest challenge with finances is that, some of the concepts that are seldom, that are sent by some of the partners or some of the ecosystem, at least for Africa, is that, they are not feasible in a way. And so this is part of what our focus is going to be in the next few months.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bernard. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to take some questions. So just prepare your questions. I think we'll do 3 fast. We can take one from those two tables there, another one from this middle section, another one from there, if there are questions. If not, then we'll proceed. But just to wrap up what's been said, Brian started off by talking to us about the legal and technological macro environment that we need to be aware of. What is government doing? What are some of the legal things that we need to be aware of, even as we try to innovate? Charlene has spoken about the public-private partnerships and how we can leverage on those. And Salim spoke about the existing infrastructure and how we can also multiply the use cases on that infrastructure. And Bernard has finished off by talking about best practices and data sharing protocols and developing bankable use cases, as he called them. So with that background and knowing that our goal is to have a roadmap at the end of this workshop of how we move to actually developing this soil system, let's take questions so that it's participatory. And I guess we have someone with a mic. So I'll switch to this one. Any questions from that end? Just put up your hand and we'll get a mic to you. One question from that gentleman over there. Any question from here? Then we'll go to you, and from this end. That looks like half a hand, but it will count for now. So there'll be one, then we'll do you in a subsequent round. So let's start over there. Just state your name, your organization, and your question. If you're directing it to someone specifically, say that as well.
My name's Christian Witt. I work for the Bill & Melinda Gates Foundation. Just a question, and I might have missed it, but I'm interested in whether you have an effective soil data sharing policy in place. I heard a lot about data protection, but I'm interested in whether you have policies in place that allows for data sharing, fair data sharing. Doesn't have to be open, but following those principles so that data can be found and accessed by those who need them.
So we'll take all the questions and we'll find the best match for the question on the panel. So let's go to, I believe it was the professor actually.
Can I go before him?
Well, let him go first.
Because it's very related to what
Okay, if you make it short and snappy.
Okay, cool, yeah. Yeah, mine is actually directed to Salim specifically, because you talk about the potential of these other organizations benefiting from the existing data, and there's a very big data base of farmers of 6.2 million farmers. How do we access this data? Do we have existing policies already that make it easy for us to access this data? And also there is data about soil maps that was presented by Dr. Kamau, I believe from Calor as well. So accessing these data sets would be very useful for organizations like from Wanakafan, by the way, sorry. And we also have data that is already publicly accessible from our website. Several thousands of records of farmers, and it's geotagged, so just so that you know. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think the Data Protection Commission also had that on a light note. So let's go to Prof there.
I think, yeah. We have so many organizations that are actually dealing with soil testing in Kenya. And they are using different methodologies. My question goes to Calro. Do we have a soil testing protocol that should be adopted by all the organizations? Because as we were going around the country, we found that there are different methods that are being used by different organizations in actually doing soil testing. And of course, the other issue is multiple data on soils. Do we have a law that before you go to the field, you get certification on your concept that you're going to undertake a certain, for example, a certain research on soils before you live, so that you get a permit from a certain organization to protect that client who you are going to collect data from. And thirdly, as you are talking about data, soil health, and do we actually have national action plan to rehabilitate our soils? Because as much as we are discussing about soils, do we have a law do we have a body that actually looks at how we are going to rehabilitate these soils in a way that it is seamless and it is acceptable and it is under or within our law, that is under National Action Plan to rehabilitate our soils in Kenya? I think those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Well noted. So in the interest of fairness, I think we'll allow this gentleman here who had his hand up as well, and we skipped him, then we'll go to the last gentleman there.
Thank you. This is a general question. Good evening. My name is Shoaib. I represent a company called Vetagro Solina. My question is there precedence in this country or the rest of Africa, or even a discussion that the experts are having on a reverse monetization program where the farmer actually benefits from any monetization from his or her data that's happening on a macro level? I understand that private companies helping a farmer on an individual or micro level would happen straight from the data that the farmer shares. But on a macro level, is there precedence or discussions to reverse some of that that monetization and revenues that are generated back to the farmer? Thank you.
Okay, so that's a pass. Okay, so maybe we take that round of questions, then we see where we are at. So let's start. Maybe we can time the question that was asked by Chris from BMGF and the question on the policies that are there. So Salim, I guess those were targeted at you. If you could, there's a question about accessing data in the soil maps. There's a policy on that. And Chris also asked the same thing on data sharing policies being in place. Maybe you could take those, then we'll go to the next set.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Christine, for the question. So when we were starting this roadmap, we started small. And at that phase, we were able to come up with an open data policy. But this one was specifically to address issues with accessing open data from Calvo. Now that we have scaled, we have pushed and incorporated many data sets that contain some sort of like personalized data. And I think for this case, the reference data will be the farmer register. So these are some of the new shifts and dynamics that we currently have. And of course, now with the introduction of the Office of the Data Commissioner, new regulations have been put in place. And we have now to comply with this regulation. We understand that we have collected this data. This data needs to be put in use before they become irrelevant. So we don't have a policy on sharing like some of this data, sensitive data, like farmer registration data. However, I think the consortium of the team, of the stakeholders team that are working on the farmer registration, we are going to have an activity, I believe, from next week to come up with a governance framework to see on how best can we manage the sharing of these critical data sets while maintaining all the set of regulations that are binding to that data. So we are going to strike a balance between privacy, regulation, security, and then at the same time promote availability of those data sets. So being that now this is the first time we're dealing with this type of sensitive data, there could be some delay in coming up with that policy, but hopefully within this quarter, we should be able to have a governance policy that can now be a reference base to be used by other stakeholders on how they can access this data. First quick win that came to the team was this data contained very long records of a particular farmer. So they are part of the records that are classified information like the phone number, the national ID, and of course the GPS location. So what we are trying to see now is how can we do like anonymization and the pseudolization of these key parameters and be able to share those other parameters that other stakeholders can use to do their own analytics and come up with an insight without necessarily violating the regulation. So we don't have a policy per se, but we are open for discussion based or on a case-to-case basis. If maybe you need to know just the acreage of a particular value chain, that information is public. We should be able to give you access to that information. But if you need information that is under the category of classified information, that's where now we might have a blow. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Salim. I guess when you say classified, it's not like James Bond kind of classified, but that is personally identifying the individual. That's what you mean, isn't it? Yeah. So one of the things that I just want to add to that is there are several initiatives ongoing on creating data sharing platforms within this space. I think there are about 2 or 3 that are ongoing. Some of the people are in this room. And these activities, including one that's been done by Caldro, are meant to actually democratize access to some of this data, but within a governance framework. Also, because GIZ is here, let me mention that in 2021, I believe GIZ supported the Ministry of Agriculture to develop a data governance framework specifically on farmer data. And that's available and it can be customized and extended to support, for example, the use cases that we're talking about here that have to do with soil. The framework is already there, it's just a matter of dusting it off. So then as we look at our clock and try and hurry this up, let me ask Charlene, there was a question on reverse monetization. From your experience with the private sector and the public sector, one of the things that's always coming up is we are the ones who benefit, farmers never benefit. How do you think we can address that problem to deal with what the gentleman is raising there?
Excellent question. It's an issue we've been having across all our projects, thinking through innovative models that really will impact the farmer. So we've done, we did a report around farmer-centric data models, the things about issues such as data collaboratives, data cooperatives, data commons, because at the macro level, little discussions are being done. And I think the agriculture sector is well positioned to really showcase how to do that. I think I would urge the team here to have a separate, I don't know how the structure is going to be for this as you move forward as a group, but to really have a team that looks at farmer-centric data models. I think there are a lot. The challenge is they're not implemented enough to really see the impact of them. So hoping this team will do that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Charlene. I think there's a session where there's meant to be something like a hackathon. Maybe during that session, people can think about ways in which the farmer can actually benefit. One of the ones that I think was mentioned here was when we have all this soil data and all the other relevant data stacks, can we allow a farmer to have an app where they basically, it picks their GPS location, tells them everything they need to know, the soil types around here, this and that. If you're growing this crop, you need that. And I know Caldo's done a lot of work in that area already. So maybe it's about democratizing those apps. As we move forward, let me go to Brian and then go to Bernard. So Brian, in terms of, there was an issue about a national action plan and laws being put in place. Are you familiar with any work being done in that space where research would, I know you also do something for the university, is it Nairobi University or the University of Nairobi? Nairobi University. You do some work there as well. So in terms of research and the kind of controls that would be there to democratize what comes out of research, what would be your take on that?
All right. I'll answer the question there. Let me answer my questions. No. So on the monetization, there is an ongoing conversation about data value, and what precisely data value is, because there's a cost to the collection of data, and it is almost unfair to just say open it. Just open it because it's data that's held by government, so it's data that's held by citizens. Someone slaps you with an Access to Information Act, you need to open it up. So that conversation can actually be extended to the private sector, because Safaricom does collect a lot of weather data, for instance. I mean, they check cloud cover and all around their base stations. It could be very useful data for agriculture, but Safaricom probably doesn't have a structure of either exchange or a structure of actually collecting that data on behalf of, because there's an actual cost there. So I think that data value conversation is ongoing. It is actually in the reform conversation. I'd also encourage a lot of individuals, if you can, there's a team that's doing the sector reforms, also kind of contribute. On the issue of on national data, it's essentially, at the end of it, it's really, when you're looking at progress from an enterprise perspective, so progress of the whole rather than progress from the parts. But beyond that, I'm more interested in what Prof referred to as different standards of soil testing, because it goes into the data quality that you have. If you do not have a very clear way of understanding what and how the data is being collected, the quality of that data might actually never be useful. So I think that to me is one very important input that needs to be taken in, especially by the cargo guys. Try and create a standardized way so that your data is of quality, because you might get a lot of data with a lot of gaps, and the cycle of data collection has actually occurred. It is not useful data, so it basically does not help much. That also goes into the discussion of the national plan. So why are you collecting specific pieces of data? And it goes into the use case conversation that Bernard just said. It is important to have a clear reason and vision for why you're collecting certain pieces of data. And I think ultimately, at this stage, there's a general understanding that our soils are over-fertilized. But that's such a generic statement, because the assumption is, to increase productivity, increase fertilizers. But also you need to, I know there's a whole science around that. And part of that involves having those very clear protocols of what needs to be collected so that it's useful data eventually down the road. So I hope I've answered your question. But I'm really interested in the data value and the reverse monetization, because I think that's a really big deal going forward.
Yeah, the mic. There's a mic that's.
Yes, I think two questions. One, whether we have a standardized soil testing protocol. Every lab has soil testing protocols.
indeed, if you look at the standards, CAPE standards, they always refer to the methodology that should be used. And the methodology is often the AOAC, Association of Official Analytical Chemists. That is the methodology that is used. And I can tell you, most of those methodologies are wet chem based. Now, the other thing is about national action policy. You remember in March last year, the cabinet approved the agricultural soil management policy. And if you look at the agricultural soil management policy, one of the areas, and indeed what you are doing, the soil health issue is, because I have it here, it is in chapter 2 of that policy. And chapter 2 has soil and water conservation, soil health, it has agroforestry, land reclamation, soil restoration and rehabilitation, and soil remediation. So what you are trying to do in this maybe workshop is actually to implement this policy. So the national action plan that we are talking about will, I think in due course, be done as we implement the policy. So I think those are the two questions that maybe were asked by Prof. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. In fact, I was going to ask if there's someone in the audience, because I'm sure there was someone here who could answer those questions. So you're spot on and you've saved the day. So ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we are out of time and we need to wrap this up. We'll be asking Prof to come in Doc to come in a moment to tell us how we'll be proceeding tomorrow. But I just wanted to tie the ends together in terms of what we've done in this session. And before I do that, please give a round of applause to the panelists. A very interesting discussion. Unfortunately, we did not have enough time to dive into all the nooks and crannies we would have liked to. So in summary, I guess what we are saying here is, one, there is infrastructure that exists and we need to know what it can do for us and how we can leverage it. Secondly, we need to form those partnerships which are important for us to maximize on this use case and with all the things that go with that partnership. And then third, we will need to line up the investments that will need to go into those areas, either infrastructure-wise or other things in that, like capacity building, that will allow us to maximize the potential of, the vision that we have. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask that we stop here for now, and maybe I'll ask the panelists to take their seats, and then we'll ask Dr. Kamau to come up and help us close with some direction on tomorrow. So with that, thank you very much for being an excellent audience, and see you at the cocktail. Cheers.
Thank you. And let's clap for Wilfred. I think he did a good job chairing this session. It would not have been done any better. So we are coming to the end of day one, and you can appreciate the kind of discussions that we've held. So for anybody who stood in this platform, presented, anybody who asked questions, the team that was doing the screening there, I want to really appreciate. So today, having been day one, was when we were all here. I think from tomorrow, which is Wednesday, the 17th of January, I probably want to ask one of those who was also organizing Poverty to come and just give us a screenshot of what tomorrow will be before we agree on the participants for tomorrow. So Poverty, thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, a really great day of sessions. Like I learned a lot. Being a data scientist, for me, many things were new. So yeah, it was a pleasure being here today, and what an amazing audience. So I think a big round of applause for all of you. So today we heard a lot of fundamentals and foundations required to build any use case around soil health. So I think it's not just limited to fertilizer optimization, or it's not about MRV or any specific use case, but these are fundamentals and foundations. But tomorrow we are going to go a bit deep dive into soil health use case of fertilizer use optimization. So we look at the data that is required to build a fertilizer optimization platform. We are going to look at different models that are possible. So when you talk about fertilizer optimization, it's not just one model that will help you build that platform. You might need models to forecast the type of crops. You might need models to say, is it a till versus, or is it a crop rotation that is happening on the farm? So different models need to come together to help both the farmers and policymakers get what they need from the platform. And it's also about taking a user-centric approach to design it. Because I think in the morning, there were a few sessions where you heard about the importance of user interfaces and user experience. If, for example, you give all these soil maps to farmers, the so what question, I heard somebody speak about it. So what should they do with it? And what kind of extension services we can provide in a better way with the advent of generative AI and others is still a question. So tomorrow we'll touch upon a few of this. And after discussing about the data, the models, and the platform, we will have a brainstorming session. So tomorrow is going to be more interactive, and we'll have a brainstorming session on organizing a kind of a hackathon or a innovation challenge where some of the challenges that we see can be maybe put out in the open domain, have a global challenge or a national hackathon, so that we can crowdsource a lot of ideas on implementing this. So tomorrow we are going to have discussions around these 4 themes, and we have a lot of colleagues who will be joining the same organizations that we saw today, and more details are in the agenda. So I really look forward to seeing some of you tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you, Parvati. I think you did well to give tomorrow's program. And now I think for those of us who are online, I want to probably thank you so much for having been so patient. I know we have not been time conscious today. So I want to thank all of us who are here and those who are online. And we hope that those who have been invited for tomorrow's presentation will be joining.